Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Friday, January the 8th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Can I get a quick sound check, please? Both, can you hear me and can you see my screen? A couple of yeses will help. Thank you very much. Real, Monsieur Desjardins. All right, guys. Well, we have a ton happening this morning, as always. IPO, you name it, A, B, C, D, E, F. I'm out of my IPOC. I did sell it. It is the symbol name did change to CLOV. I'm all out of that one. I'm actually really looking at IPOF right now. It is I know IPOE is just ripping right now. But I'm kind of looking at IPOF as maybe my next longer term hold. So you don't have to do the same thing, of course, but man, oh man, this guy was brilliant, really, when you think about it, and how he named his SPACs. I mean, he was brilliant. I mean, to name them all IPO and then go from A and maybe to Z, who knows? But there are other things happening. So, of course, the EVs are just heating up again. Crypto, EVs, you name it, and these SPACs. So let's take a look at some of the, it's not bad. I mean, it's only too bad for us when we look at our statistics. I'm going to show you that chart a little bit later on. So UAVS, of course, had the huge move right at the end of the day yesterday, proceeded through after hours and has kept up this its highs actually. And this is the trade of the week. The trigger was 640, and I say too bad because it didn't trigger on Monday or Tuesday, so it's not included in our stats that I'm going to show you a bit later on. If you invest $10,000 in an IPO, the trade of the week. As long as it triggers on Monday or Tuesday, then we show you what would have happened if you bought it Monday or Tuesday, sold it on Friday. But unfortunately, this didn't trigger till yesterday. But doesn't mean it's not a good trade of the week. Doesn't mean you couldn't have taken it. Look at this move. I mean, 640 on the trigger, 898. Give me one moment, please. Just give me one moment. Just have to load the YouTube stream. There you go. I see you guys now. Good morning, David and J-Lo. Not the J-Lo. All right, there we go. So what else is happening? Of course, there's FTT, FT squared, FTT, FT, a huge move yesterday, a continuation so far, crypto play. IDEX, I almost don't want to talk about anything other unless it's in crypto or EV or a SPAC. Oh, it's almost like that, but here's one. I don't know what they do exactly. I mean, I know it's in cable and other subscription programming. I'm not sure if there's any specific news for them today. It just says the CEO is going to, this is a terrible name for a CEO, Alf Poor, P-O-O-R, to participate at the Force Family Office, something or other. So, I mean, that's a little bit of news on IDEX. ACAM had gapped up. Let's see, is it still holding its gap? ACAM. Okay, so it had gapped up to 1219. It is still 1170. It is approval of a merger transaction. Okay. So this is another one of these SPACs. Plug. Oh my goodness. Again, EV. Look at Plug way up here now. Big gap up yesterday, continuation today. MDGS. You have gapped up to 349. You've pulled back down to 3 and expands. So this is an EV play. EV operations with acquisition of autonomous something or other. When I say that, I'm just looking at a headline and it gets cut off. But this is an EV play then, MDGS, sort of late entrant, I suppose, MDGS. JAGX, I see had a pop. Is it holding? JAGX, yeah, it's kind of holding. Big pop, 22%, lots of volume. Works, WORX, as in xylophone. All right, so this is not really holding its gap. 265 back down to 229. Must have had news after hours. I don't see the news. Don't see a headline for it, but had some news after hours. You can see right there. There's that mauve area is our after hours. Through the 200-day. It's holding through the 200-day. Well, that's okay. I don't know why we don't have a number for it. CMRX is up on an acquisition. This is a bio, so it's up on an acquisition. Big gap up. Look at this daily chart. Daily, weekly, monthly, big gap up. PEC, P-E-C-K. Now this is interesting because, yeah, so they've done a financing, but the financing's at $12.50, so it's still way above that financing price. Only raising $10.5 million, so not huge dilution. IPOF guys on the move. Again, this is this might be the one I'm going to take and hold for a while. VPC, you guys were talking about VPC, a SPAC. Look at this. Now, there's no volume. Now, wait a minute. I thought there was some volume in this one. Because this is a merger, crypto merger. No, I've got the wrong symbol. Shoot, I've got the wrong symbol. Somebody's got to help me. Where did I see that? It's not there. I've written it down. It's a merger, crypto merger of some sort. It is a SPAC, but this is not the right symbol. VIH, thank you. Thank you very much. I don't know why I have VPC down here. VIH is the, there you go. Yeah, because I knew there was a lot of volume. Thank you, Casa. You are my right-hand man for information when I don't know it. And Gary, I'll give you kudos too, Gary, okay? Yeah, ICE, exactly. Look at IPOF, guys. GRNQ. Now, this is a little SPAC, I guess. GRNQ. Yeah, it is a little one. Don't quite understand how it is structured, but anyway, this is a little one. It's a low float, GRNQ. Uber, kind of interesting. The news on Uber. So is gap down, but if you read the news, it looks like obviously Goldman Sachs does not want to destroy the share price, but they're shopping, I guess, a block of 38 million shares of Uber. Okay, so they're trying to effect some kind of a transfer, an orderly transfer, rather than dumping 38 million shares on the market. CNET, you miserable CNET. I waited all day for you to do this yesterday, and you didn't do it for me. So there it is. CNET is on the run here. 318 is the next high looking left. It was in and out of this twice for small losses yesterday. It just didn't, I would have been ecstatic if it had done this when I held it. But anyway, there it is. SCOR, SCOR. Just want to see if there's a specific, yeah, okay. So this was announced after hours yesterday, a strategic investment by Charter. So that is the reason why this is moved up. SCOR. Oh, I don't trade angry. Too many opportunities everywhere. I know you're just kidding. Guys, keep an eye on NKLA. I mean, I know it's been beaten up, battered, bashed by short sellers, etc. But you know, with this EV sector, of course, is really heating up. It is up 5.8%. Big area. I've got a price alert right here. Probably not going to happen today, but I have a price alert right here around 1970. The high's right there. You know, if it can ever gain some traction again, just because it's in the right sector. Have they done a financer? Yeah, that's what I thought. There's SOS. SOS, big flyer from yesterday, but it's sold way off. Remember, this got up to, what, 413. It sold off down to 3. And now they've just announced a financing. See, that's what I like. Well, I would like it if I were in it right now. But, I mean, announce the financing before the market opens. Not while the market is open. Approximately $25 million. I don't know if there's a price. $1.85. So $1.85. That is SOS's financing. Okay, so if you're wondering where I have this page, so I am sharing a layout, and it does include, I mean, you're going to have to, typically it's minimized. You're going to have to bring it up, but I do share a layout. Or what you can do is this, okay? I'm going to give you my homepage link. Give me a second here. So on my homepage, you click on my homepage link, you will see scans that I share right here. Click here, and these are the 4 that I use in the pre-market. Okay, gap up shared, gap down, pre-market up, pre-market down. These are the 4 that I use in the pre-market. So you can load those. All right, anything else? I'm just looking here. ACIA, if you're seeing this big pop up here. So this was halted before the market opened on news, and they have basically said that I guess they were going to merge with Cisco, and that merger was off. So I guess the shareholders are greeting that with glee. All right, it's 9:18, so I'm just going to go and quickly check to see how many upgrades and downgrades we have this morning. We've had a ton of them this week as the analysts get back to work. Do we have, yeah, wow. We have got, I mean, I can't get them all in. There are just so many upgrades and so many downgrades this morning. And again, if you're wondering what that means, it's just analysts putting their opinions. There's just a ton of them. Oh, man. Okay, let me see if I can get a few of them in. I'm hearing Azul, guys. Let's see, that's a South American airline. AZUL is ringing. Text to voice. I'm hearing it. Oops. Man, there are a lot of upgrades and downgrades. I see some airlines are being upgraded. Just a couple more. Again, there are more on this list. I just can't get them all in. So I'll get some of the downgrades in. Okay, let's see. I'm just trying to see if there's any pattern here. A sector that's being downgraded or... I hear fuel cell. So fuel cell, Ballard, BLDP, fuel cell, FCEL, plug. Anything EV right now. Of course, a lot of this is because of the U.S. election. Looks like it's finally finalized. So, of course, green, EV, I haven't checked to see what the cannabis stocks are doing this morning. And the China EVs, of course, are just following them. XPEV, NIO, LI. You know the one that is lagging horribly is that Candy, KNDI. It is lagging horribly behind the other. It's not moving at all. I'm going to bring that chart up in a second. No, not in a second. Give me a minute. All right, guys. There's just so many. I'm sort of cherry picking. So there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Okay, if you can't hear audio, of course you can't hear me saying this. Okay, so just wanted to take a quick look at Candy. So this is another big China EV, but it is lagging like you wouldn't believe behind all the other ones. It's a fairly low float. This has a very inexpensive car, but it just is not even close to still a probe. Yeah, I'm looking at class action, but you know, okay, but there are a lot of class actions. Yeah, I see that. Jeff, I don't know if you can hear me. I have no idea why that happens to some of you. You know, it's very strange to me that some of you have audio issues and having to do a refresh. Depends on your browser. I mean, the developer of the room. This is not this is a third-party application, but he does suggest Chrome as the browser, but. Yeah, Tesla. Oh my goodness. As you say, maybe, yeah, 1,000, which would be what? We went through this yesterday. That was a 5 to 1, right? 1 to 5. So that'd be, well, $5,000. Just going to get this in. Try Chrome as your browser if. Okay, so I'm going to switch layouts now. Even Goodyear tire. Look at GT. It had an upgrade I noticed this morning. Big float. I'm wondering if it's are you, so you're using Chrome up to date also. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to help. Sorry. You can't even hear me, but the beta metric, I don't know, Commodore. Why don't you, if you do a help on it, maybe that'll tell you. Okay, so I am now going to switch out of this one. What time is it? 9:26? Okay, so okay, so I'm just getting set for the open. 9:27, almost 9:28, a little over a couple of minutes before the open. Yeah, make sure I get the right. There we go. Get the no repeat, the correct version right there. Last week's, I can't even remember last week's. What was last week's? I know it didn't work. Last week's trade of the week. But UAVS, well, man, it's just what a move it had. Remember now the trigger was 640, so there's another great winner, trade of the week. Just didn't trigger on Monday or Tuesday, which really doesn't. It's only for our statistical, our purposes. It's got nothing to do with you guys wanting to take a trade of the week, later on in the week. Glue, that's right, glue. All right, give me a moment, please. Yeah, Maldo, we shouldn't have to do that anymore. That was the whole thing. The way I'm projecting now, that kind of you're supposed to get rid of that because I think you're talking about the accelerator. Anyway, what time is it? We're open. Sorry, guys. Well, let's have a great end to this trading week. All right, so I should have mentioned this. If you want to follow my watch list, nothing will happen in these two windows until 9:45. That's on purpose. You can click on New, Channel Bar, and then my watch list, Barry's watch list right there, okay? And remember, everything in here is a layout, but so before you do that, make sure you save your layout to the cloud. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. Okay, and again, there is an alternative. I mean, you can always. I think our YouTube feed, our YouTube room is it doesn't usually have a problem like this. Not quite as robust in terms of the number of traders there, but if you're still having an issue, you can always go over there. All right, so I'm just checking. Let's see what's happening. IPOF. So on the way down a little bit here. So I'm looking for an entry. Just means it's down. That's all. Green up, yellow down. That's all it means. It's just the way I've color coded it. So even though it's up for the day, it made a new low. So it may be up for it's up for the day, but it made a new low. So that's all this means. IDEX just made a new high. All right, let's see what's happening. Some of the early, some movers that I didn't see in the pre-market, KRNY. There's another, I guess it's EV. Look at Fuel Tech, FTEK, low float. Look at the float, 17 million in the float. All right, AQB on the move here. Look at AQB. What's the high looking left? Is 1143, so it's got a little bit of room until that high. I'm not saying it's getting there. I'm just pointing that out. But it's taken all this out now. Had a nice day yesterday. Continuation today. AQB. There's another one, Ceragon Networks, CRNT. This is an Israeli stock. It's really approaching a high over here though, 325. You can see on that daily chart, a couple of highs right there around 325, not that far away. And that's for the CRNT. This looks like something that William might like to short. Okay, I see what's happened here. Just give me a moment here. Okay, so that didn't work. Just give me a moment here, guys. I'm trying to add the Bollinger Bands to. Not adding them. I don't know why. Okay, I'll figure that out. IPOF, guys, right back up. And we have a halt, and this is bingo, BNGO, halted on the way up. Give me a moment, please. Okay. All right, I think, yes, my guess is halted on the, oh, it's halted on the way up. Interesting, FTTT. I'm just looking at some of the other cryptos. GBTC probably heading down. Actually not. Interesting. I'm looking at XNet. XNet is on the way down. Maybe they're doing a fine. I'm out of XNet. I've sold out pre-market. I'm completely out of XNet now. Interesting that this is really moving. XNet's moving down. Mara, I still have some of the Mara left, but XNet is moving down. FTFT, big move up here, and it's halted. Another one that's halted is ACTC. That's got halted. Clean transition. You know, put clean in your name. This will be the year of clean. And look at the, just looking to see where it's stacking up. 1380, 1380 on the bid ask right now. Oh, I see we've got some immediate, I didn't even notice, some immediate AI alerts. Gil, good morning. Okay, guys, so again, nothing will happen in these two windows here, my watch list up and down until at least 9:45. You know, so what did CNET get up to? Let's see if it got right to the penny. 318, 322. So it popped a little bit above that high and it just pulled back. KDP. So I guess this was, oh, this is right, Dr. Pepper, Keurig Dr. Pepper. Yeah, just kind of out of the range that I like in terms of a float, unless there's some huge news. I'm just looking how this is stacking up. AFT, so the halt's at 11.29. Right now, the bid ask is 11.29, so there's no, look like there's not going to be, as we speak anyway, there's not going to be a gap. This will open at 9:41 plus 58 seconds. So basically 2 seconds before 9:42 if it is a 5-minute halt. Oh man, look at CNET, guys. I'm just not in it. All right, so bingo just resumed. BNGO just resumed. Very erratic. BNGO just resumed after its halt. And if you're wondering, well, how do I know all this? There it is. We have our halts resumes, 9:36. What did it open at? 9:41:03. You see, these are typically 5-minute halts because of volatility. That's why I'm saying the FT. So this will open in about 20 seconds if this is a 5-minute halt. Now I'm going to keep this up, see if it's a 5-minute halt. One, boom, there it is. So that was a 5-minute halt. You can see exactly what happened. Again, I'm sharing this. Okay, so this VIH is really giving it up now. And again, this is a crypto play now. They're looking, with ICE, crypto, etc., etc. This is one of the SPACs. Now look at this. Look at this. Halted on the way down. So hopefully anybody who was in this, I hope you got out after that first halt. It didn't look good because you can usually tell, when a stock gets halted. Just take a look at your bid ask. Your broker will have something like that. If it is not above the halt price, it's not 100% guaranteed that it's going to drop, but you like to see it above that halt price. Look at CMRX now. CMRX on the move. Yeah, so this is an acquisition press release they had this morning for CMRX. Okay, so this is an IPO from back here. It did not do very well. GOCO. It is trying to come back. Had a decent month last month. GOCO triggering here. 616, 16, 16. Again, doesn't mean you take the trade, guys. These are ideas, okay? These are not get the alert and buy. This is why the company is called Trade Ideas. Give me a moment, please. Yeah, so here's the issue, guys. CMRX, it'll trigger in here if it makes a new high. The problem is it'll be so extended. That's the issue, with delaying it 15 minutes. I do that on purpose, though, because a lot of times, you get alerts here right off the bat, and stocks in the first 15 minutes can just jump up and down, up and down, up and down. So It's not halted. I don't think it's halted. UAVS? No, it's not halted. Yeah, I guess that's an option. You can't hear me. You can go to YouTube and listen to me as long as you mute. Well, you don't have to mute. You don't have to mute this room because you can't hear me for some reason. But yeah, I guess that is an option. This XNet looks like. Keep looking to see if they're going to announce a financing or something. A financing is coming because this is going. This is going counter to what the rest of the cryptos are doing, I believe, anyway. No, yeah, look at crypto. So XNet is definitely trading on its own. Are the links for news working? Well, yeah. Now, if you're asking, no, this is not, pay news. So, the absolute up to date. I mean, within reason. So I'm not sure I understand exactly your question, but I use it mainly for the pre-market. Checking to see why. Okay, let me just do another check here. So click on a title. Yeah, it's working. I'm not sure I know what you mean. So it's opening for me. You're talking about a headline when you start to say a title? You mean a headline? I don't know. I just clicked on that and you can see it just opened. So I'm not sure. Must be maybe I have a bad connection. Look at CMRX guys. Wow. So we had an alert at 722, 809 now. Again, so even at 791, it may still keep running. That's why I'm saying, though, a little bit, it's going to be looking late because of the 15-minute delay, but hey, maybe it doesn't matter. Yeah, red bar now. Red bar with the SPY right now. Okay, so SKT may be a little more gentler trade in terms of the float. It's not a super low float. SKT, take a look. Boy, it's got some room. Let's take a look at the monthly chart, 1234. So this has some room, guys. SKT, you look left on that monthly chart. And that's the next high looking left, so it has some room. SKT. Okay, Chloe. All right, a little shipper, guys. DSX, a little shipper. Put this on the watch list just in case. And the next high looking left is 229 in the monthly. I mean, if we can clear that. I mean, this has had a decent 3 months. Well, Mara still has something in the tank, that's for sure. Yeah, I bet you Riot is doing the same thing. Yeah, look at Riot and Mara. What are they? Have they caught up? 2583. Let me 2583 and 2668. So Mara is actually above. I gotta ask a question here. Oh, to you guys, of course, but let's see, 324. Yeah, not 100%, of course. Yeah, I do. It depends, maybe even on the analysts. Goldman has maybe a little more weight than others, but I only put those out there. I've been doing it for almost since I started this room. It's more for informational purposes. It's not that if you see an upgrade that okay, you just buy it because it's going to go up. Yeah, the play I love to hate, JAGX, but it's proven me wrong for sure. Okay, Hall of Fame. Boy, look at Hall of Fame. Really, no inkling this was going to happen pre-market. Look at this, 161 to 210. It is shortable, yes. Why can't I get this Bollinger Band working? Yeah, Sam, I just don't know how to help you when stuff like that happens. I mean, you're saying you're connected live? I mean, maybe it's got something to do with your port. I mean, I just don't know how to help you. I'm sorry. You know, it's so difficult for me. I mean, I cannot go into your computer and, of course, see what's happening. Let me ask you this: was it when you were connected before, say yesterday, was it working? Okay, so again, are you talk? So explain to me exactly what you mean. You click on an alert, or you do something here, and you're connected. And when you say it's not populating, what do you mean? Very hard for me to know. Charts just went blank. Really? Have we lost screen sharing? Want to make sure it's not. It's okay. So it's got to be on your end. Okay, Maldo. Yeah, you're going to have to go to tech support then. Maybe you're going to have to send your log. Again, you have to do this. Go to help, send files to support. I just don't know how to help you. All right, what's happening with silver, guys? Silver, SSRM on the way down here. This is a silver play through the 200-day moving average right there. And next, monthly, it's got some room, but $1 down to that 1793. I'm getting very close to my IPOF. But guys, you don't have to do what I do, okay? If I say I'm going to take it, doesn't mean you take it. Okay, this is something that I'm looking at. I'm a big believer now in this guy. He's everything he's touching seems to be turning to gold. So, all these IPO, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, whatever he's going to do. So until one of them just crashes and burns, I'm just going to follow for a while. So Lawrence, that's what I'm talking about. At IPOF. But again, I'm not saying for you guys to do the same thing. This would be a longer term play for me. I'm still in the Mara, my goodness. I've sold out some for sure, but man, oh man, what a move. Last 3 days. Oh man, JAG-X. I don't even know. I don't think I have it on my. No, it's not my watch list. I took it out. Oh, brother. I am in the SKT. I did say, and remember I said this is going to be a night in 11:53. Again, I sometimes I got to watch it because I don't want everybody to pile in just because I say I'm in something. These are ideas, all right? And I said this could be a gentler trade because it has a high float. When I say a gentler trade, it shouldn't be too whippy. All right, guys, here's another one on the move here. EQOS crypto play, of course. Man. Well, yeah, I mean, was I correct about it? Yeah, but I mean, unfortunately, it didn't do this yesterday for me. That's the shame of it all for the CNET. I have to say something kind of whacked on this one. I mean, this is an AI alert 324. It is an algo but I mean 339. That's as a target, that's just not right. I wouldn't if you were in this one, you would not get out at 339. But it's too tight a target, so something must have gone a little whacked on that strategy. Another one just soaring here. BTBT, guys. Another crypto play. I keep watching XNet to see if they're going to announce a financing or something. It just seems a little strange that XNet is doing this when all the other cryptos are just rocketing higher. I know somebody mentioned PTE a little earlier. Well, look at this. I mean, it's right at the 200-day moving average. It's a lot of volume, but it's right at that 200-day moving average, 107. So Sanchez, you have to have our premium service. I don't know if you have our premium service. The question was, how do we see the recommended buy signals by the algo, the AI? If you have our premium service, so that's the question. Do you have our premium service? Okay, so from the toolbar, just click on New, AI/Holly Strategy Trades window, okay? AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Then this is the window that'll pop up. You'll see the entry price. You don't have to take it right off the bat, but you'll see there's the entry, and you'll have a stop, and manage to trade as you see fit. Okay, so again, from the toolbar, click on New, AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Trades window, okay? And then you'll see them. And then what I would do is I would take that window and I would incorporate that as part of your layout. Give me a moment, please. Got a problem with my audio here. Interesting. Just give me a moment here. For some reason, my headset just decided to stop working. So just give me a moment here as I reset it. Okay. And, just so every day, Sanchez, just have that window open, incorporate it as part of your layout. And then you don't have to load it every morning. Just incorporate it as part of your layout. How do you set up your stop loss margin? I'm not sure I understand what you mean. Like, where do I put my stop loss? Well, that'll be all dependent on the charts. You have to be able to. I look at support, what I think is support on a chart, and that's where I'll put my I'll put my stop loss just underneath that. Because if it breaks down through that support, then I want to be out of the trade. But that does require chart reading ability. So what is Aldex doing? Okay, so a little bit of a pullback on this one. I want to see if it gets back up here. SKT. Not too exciting. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. CNET, guys. Just a day early on all this. But look at CNET. So even here, even though it looked late, 383, there it is at 404, even though that is, after a huge move already. All right, so some of these tankers are starting to move. STNG, I did see the Diana earlier, DSX, probably hasn't moved very much. No. Wow. Well, guys, hopefully some of you got into this CNET. Unfortunately, I'm not in it. Even a late alert like this, well, it looks like a late alert, 383. Look at this. That's frustrating. Why did it not do this yesterday? But anyway, I'm not going to dwell on it. Oops. So guys, listen, I've laid it out on the IPOF, okay? This is something, I'm just a believer in what this guy is doing. That's all I can say. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, just do a search. I'll type in the guy's first name. Okay, Chamath. Just type it in and you're going to see. But this is going to be hopefully a longer term hold for me. Just over 14, Ryan, okay? But please, it's just over 14. I've been talking about it. I talked about it in the pre-market. I have a very long stop, wide stop on it, but please, you don't have to follow me. This is speculative, of course. Just banking on the fact that the guy is going to continue doing what he was doing. Yeah, just do a search. I'm just going to type that name into the YouTube feed. Just do a search on him. You'll see. Look at this move for OEG from yesterday, today now, OEG. Yeah, that was late yesterday, PS. Had some news come out. Of course, drones, so look at that move it made yesterday. So there was the trigger at 640. Continued after hours, continued pre-market. It's given up quite a bit, but man, 640 all the way up to what, 929, almost $3. Well, even before the market closed, though, I mean, this move happened at 245. All right, so it wasn't just after hours. I mean, it moved up to, what was that, 345. I mean, it moved up from 848, from 591 to 848 during market hours. Look at all these Pola, man, oh man, another EV play, guys. Pola. Okay, there's only one rule in this room today. Do not mention CNET, okay? That's the only rule. It's my attempt at humor. Yeah, I'm going to open the room tomorrow and Sunday also. Well, Jagex is okay because I never really was a fan. You know, I wasn't staring at it like I did all day yesterday at the CNET, all day yesterday. Yeah, the Mara, obviously I'm pretty happy about. I mean, the Mara, they're going to have to kudos to GKK way back just to even alert us to Mara. I'm still somewhat baffled. I keep looking at XNet to see if they're announcing a financing. I mean, that's a big drop. A lot of volume came in. What do I think of IPDN? Well, you got to be careful. You know, I mean, look what it did. I mean, this is one of those like that's like the U1, and you got to be very careful. I mean, what 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 days ago, it got up to 556, sold all the way off, pulled back. You know, it's just one of those. I mean, it's a very low float, 5.7 million in the float. Look at OEG, man, oh man. That's pretty big profit taking for the XNet, though. But hey, I just keep wondering why such a massive drop. Oh, I take trades during the day too, but I mean, a lot of times I do some of the stuff on my own, but you know, I do take trades during the day. But obviously not as much because, you know, I mean, I can't concentrate 100%. You know, there are a lot of things I'd be loving to do, shorting some of these tops, and I just can't pay enough attention. All right, just checking to see if there are any potentially interesting earnings plays. This is an earnings play. I don't know if it's interesting or not. Accolade, ACCD, don't know anything about these guys. I'm going to try to hold on to this SKT. It's just, you know, not it's not dynamic like the rest of them. I get it, but you know, I'm just looking left here, 1234. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but might have a maybe a gentle move. I don't know. Okay, so Dorian, I have let me just, what time is it right now? 10:16. I was asked, the question was, is there a scan recommended? No, I don't, this is something that I use if I'm looking for bottom fishing, okay? I'm not saying I absolutely recommend it, but I mean, you can take a look at this. I'm going to put this into the room. Okay, so Dorian, if you click on my homepage link and click on the scans section, list of links for my scans. So one of my scans is, where are you? Trend reversal up. So these are stocks that are, been beaten up quite a bit and maybe starting to move back up. Okay, so you can take a look at that. Take a look at the sort of alerts that you're getting. It's a top list. Just click on the symbols, check the charts. Something you might take a look at something. Say, yeah, I kind of like the look of that. So you can again, I'm not saying I recommend it, but I mean it's what I do use if I'm looking for bottom fishing. Okay. The other one you can take a look at is from our toolbar. If you click on New, Channel Bar, and if you click on Account Builder, where are you? Account Builder. These are also stocks that may be starting to come back. Okay, so you can also look at this. Remember, everything in here is a layout. So you can only have one layout loaded at a time. Make sure you save your layout to the cloud first. So again, you can take a look. So from the toolbar, click on New, Channel Bar, and then Account Builder. That is also kind of looking for stocks that are maybe making their way back. Okay, so you're talking about after hours stuff. Well, KJ, I mean, I don't know if this is exactly what you're going to want, but we do have an after hours scanner. I don't have a specific scan for what you're talking about, but we do have an after hours scan. Should be able to just, from Asia, you should be able to just do, from Windows and then save as default. To save all your strategies, etc. in B+. That should save all the headers and everything, save as default. I've never tried the save to cloud. You might even want to try that. All right, things have settled down a little bit here. Okay, so you can. Okay, so you can try something like this, KJ. I mean, I don't know how well it's going to work. I'm not a big pullback player, but you can try something like this. Go from cloud. So biggest pullbacks on winners. Now, whether they're up 20% and then coming back down to 2%, okay, that is, you have to take a look at the sort of alerts you're getting, but I can show you this one. Okay. So those are stocks that were up and now they've pulled back. My goodness, Paula. All right, what time is it? 10:21. So I'm getting close to my spiel. Now, I'm going to disagree a little bit on this XNet that this is just profit taking, guys. I mean, I may be wrong, but I mean, this just looks more like I don't know, like preparing for a financing or something. Okay, so things have sort of settled down a little bit here. All right, so now what I'm going to start looking at here. I mean, you see what's happening. The market is the market is starting to drift down. We're still so the Dow's down a little bit. Nas is up, so a little disconnect in the market. SPY is up, Dow's down, Nas is up. Um, the bouncers, toppers. So for instance, these are stocks that might be topping out. Which, if you're trying to play toppers, you always like to see the market drifting down for you. So for instance, NIU 3574. There was the alert. Now, do they all work like this? Of course not. But I'm just looking. Riot is not shortable for me. So you can sort of see what's happening here. These are stocks. Anything in orange, and this is something I'm sharing. Okay, so Dorian, I don't know. I didn't mute myself, but just remember, I always have to say this. This is not the radio. I'm not talking 100% of the time. But anyway, I'm going to start watching. If the market keeps drifting down like this, yeah. So you're not talking. Just give me a moment here. You're not talking IP. Yeah, okay, good, because I'm going to say this is now changed to CLOV. I'm out of it now. This is my. All right, okay, a little bit of a move for SKT. Yeah, there's a lot of stocks that seem to be moving down now. CMRX is still holding here, though, guys. CMRX is still holding. There was the original alert, 791, 847 now. SKT, the original alert, 1153, 1169 now. And there's CMRX continuing to move here. I don't think Diana's moving that much. No, this one I don't think is moving that much. Actually, it dropped. CNET, of course, 383. What did it get up to? Wow, almost $1. Even looking like it was super extended, didn't matter. I'm just checking some of the ones on my watches. Aldex, 928, has not moved. UG is right. Wow. I mean, this is an amazing move. And that's also it's also an AI alert. Okay, I want to talk about this AI alert and why I think it's, you cannot lose sight of the AI strategy or the alerts you get from the AI. Take a look at this. So there's the entry, 794. Look where the AI got out, 824. Because of a target. I mean, to me, these are very tight targets. I think there's something wrong with the algo on this. Okay, because look at this, 324, 339 as a target, way too tight. So, I mean, if you got out exactly when the AI got out, I mean, look where it is now. So that's why we're always saying, you want to take these AI alerts, if you want to do it on some kind of an auto fashion, maybe on the entries, but manage the exits on your own. Look at this Dow. Wow, I mean, your SPY. That's a big red candle now. That is a big red candle. So you want a definition of an alpha stock? And I'm sorry, William, but this is CMRX is an alpha stock. This is what we talk about. Look what the market's doing. CMRX does not care. This is trading completely on its own. Yeah, I mean, this is crazy. I mean, look at the entry at 1017, exit at 1018. I mean, it popped up, but I just think that there's, that's why you should manage these trades on your own. If you want to take, you don't have to get into the AI alerts immediately. You can watch to see how it's trading a little bit. All right, it is 10:30. Wow, interesting morning for sure, especially with this red candle. So if you are new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen and I'm live on the mic. I'm going to put my homepage link in, a lot of information on my homepage that I'm going to go over right now. So if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So if you want to take out a subscription right now. Here's a promo code you can use, Barry4Alpha, for 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. So I'm going to click on Get Trade Ideas. I'm going to show you how much Trade Ideas costs. Here we go. So we have 4 plans. We have a premium and a standard on an annual basis. So the premium is $22.68 a year minus the 15%. Standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference between premium and standard, the main reason why people take our premium service, they want to have access to the AI. There are other differences, but that's the main reason. You do not have to have an annual plan. If you don't want, you go month to month. Premium is $228. Standard is $118. You can apply the 15% discount to the first month only. Okay, after that, it'll go to the normal price. More information. Trade of the week. Wow, the trade of the week. It took a while for it to trigger, but it did trigger again this week. Trade of the week. I'm going to go over this in a little more detail. I'm going to show you a graph a little bit later. But the trade of the week this week was UAVS. UAVS. And it was, whoops, UAVS. And the trigger, the suggested entry was $6.40. And it triggered yesterday. You can see right there, triggered yesterday. And what a run it had. You know, all the way to the pre-market. Remember now, $6.40 on a trigger, $9.26, almost $3 for a, you know, what a percentage move. So that was the trade of the week. Trade of the weeks are free. All you have to do is sign up right there. It'll be sent to you before the market opens every Monday, approximately 30 to 45 minutes before the market opens. I do a recap of what's happened in the room. I usually do it around 1 o'clock. All the scans that I am sharing right here. You can kind of pick and choose. Educational links. Click here. I will put the 20 short lessons. I like to put that in on its own. I think it's a really, really good primer for people who are brand new to trade ideas. Okay, and so if you click on that link, the 20 short lessons link, this is what you're going to see. What is a top list, building a top list, alert windows, all the basic features explained, okay, within Trade Ideas. And if you don't have Trade Ideas, you can also click on the link. And you can see, again, what some of the basic features that we have to offer. More education. So we do have a YouTube room that I monitor during the day from 9 to 12 and then from 1 to 3. And from 12 to 1, though, one of the other traders takes over from Trade Ideas. Today, I believe it is Andy. So you can head over there. I take a break at 12 o'clock, so you can head over there. I will post the link before I do leave, if you want to go to the YouTube feed. What else? Daily webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. You can sign up for them all right here. Educational videos right here. Trading books, we've created some ebooks. You can take a look at those. So a lot of information on my homepage. And now I'm going to go over the AI. All right, so we have what we call, I know people who are in the room every day probably get tired of my having to say this, but we get new people all the time. So that's why that's why the room is free, guys. We do use it as a marketing tool. So anyway, we have what we call 50 baseline strategies. When the market closes, the AI gets to work on optimizing those strategies. That's what happened last night once the market closed. Out of the 50, these were the ones that made the cut. Making the cut, meaning they had the right profit factor, win percentage combination, some other factors come into play. Personally, I never care about which strategies make the cut or from where they're coming from. I know we have 3 segments of the AI. I don't even go over explaining what they are anymore. To me, it's irrelevant. What I would do is I would just load. I should back up a little bit. You want to watch the AI alerts as they come in. Just click on New. And then where it says AI/Holly strategy trades window. Trades window. And this is you'll get an alert, an entry. You'll have a stop, manage the trades. Okay, it's that simple. Well, simple. I mean, you want to see the alerts. That's all you really should do. And then you really take this window and incorporate it as part of your layout. So you have a layout, add it to your layout, save your layout. So then tomorrow or on Monday, when you load your layout, that window will already be up and running. Okay, and of course, you load the layout before the market opens. There'll be no alerts. Nothing happens until at least 9:35. There are no AI alerts in the pre-market. For the AI, yeah, I mean, yes, you need our premium service to have access to the AI. Okay? Now, just a general information or explanation of what Trade Ideas is all about. So obviously we're a scanner, okay? And I'm now using the term we're an event-based scanner. What does that mean? So I've created a window here called Basic New Highs and Lows. What I've done is I have put some filters in place. These are the stocks I want to see in terms of a price range, 1 in 20. Relative volume, current volume is 4, means it's trading at least 4 times normal, what it would normally do up to this point of the day. Minimum 400,000 shares. I mean, these are just the filters that I'm using. So if a stock with these filters in place makes a new high or a new low, I will get a real-time alert. That's why we see these stocks here. Okay? Now, you can, of course, create your own scans. You right-click on an alert window. I'm just going to click on search. So here are all the alerts and filters that we have. I mean, I'm not going to go through them all, but there's a ton of alerts and filters that we have. And so what we've done is we've said, okay, instead of making you learn a programming language, we've created hopefully enough alerts and filters that you can just kind of pick a la carte how you want to construct your scan. You don't have to construct your own scan. You don't want to use mine. You can go right ahead, but as you get used to Trade Ideas, you probably want to have maybe just construct your own scan. So it's very simple to do. It's just kind of a la carte. Pick and choose the filters that you want, and then usually I just pick one alert. And I'm just somebody who likes to see new highs of the day, but there are a lot of different alerts that you can use. Pullbacks, new 5-minute high, 30-minute high, things like that. So that is what Trade Ideas is all about. Now, we have what we call an external linking tool. If you click, and this is only now available if you need our application, downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, this is not available. But we have an external linking tool. So what does that mean? It means when we link with many brokerage platforms. So what it means is that when I click on an alert, instead of my having to type that symbol in all day long into my order entry within my brokerage platform, it will automatically just load. And then from within my brokerage platform, I can trade. All right. Now, is linking mandatory? Of course not. It's just a time saver. That's what it is. It is a time saver. So, I mean, if you're somebody like myself who's clicking on a lot of alerts all day long, it would be a real pain if I had to type them in. But that's what it is. It's a time saver. Now, we do have a special arrangement with Interactive Brokers. And I'm just going to put this video in. So this video that I just popped into the room called Brokerage Plus Intro. All right, that will show you how you can use this screen. Again, this is only available, it's not available with the web-based version. So this will show you how you can use this screen to actually trade your Interactive Brokers account. You would connect live. Again, you have to watch the video. Okay, I'm not going to go over it in any detail. Watch the video. It's going to show you how to do all this. Why would you want to do this as opposed to trading from within your Interactive Brokers platform? I mean, you can still do that. I mean, this is not, obviously it's not mandatory to use Brokerage Plus. It's just perhaps a more pleasant experience from within here. You can do things like set up. Let's just say you take a look at you get an alert. You look at the chart and you say, "Yeah, I want to trade that." You go back to the alert, right click, and you see it says trade. So if you watch that video, you can see how you can set up your own buying and shorting parameters. And this is what we call one-click trading. So you just pick how you want to trade it and click on it, done. So it's not quite auto trading, but within about 5 seconds, if you see something and you like it, you just go back, hover, click, done. Okay, so that's that's one of the basic things that you can do, and then therefore you can trade just using this window if you have an Interactive Brokers account. Now, another huge reason to use this is if you are new to trading, or even if you're not new but you want to test some ideas. If you're new to trading, please practice first. Do not commit money to the market until you practice trading first. I know, everybody's excited. You get your first account and you want to start trading immediately. You see all the wonderful things that are happening. But please, practice trading first. We have a simulator. It uses our real-time data, so it has no bearing on what brokerage platform you have. And it's very simple to use. You literally just click on an alert. The symbol shows up. You can pick how many shares you want to trade, the price you want to get in at. You want to buy. You want to short, you sell. Okay, so it's really simple. Now, I'd like to show you how you can do things like this. If you wanted to, say, play a pullback, say you wanted to take CNET on a pullback down to 328. I'm just going to show you how you can do something like that. A lot of you will like to, you don't want to take a stock right at the time. You think, you know what, I'd love to take it if it pulls back. So here's what you can do. You pick how many shares you want to do. I'm going to type 328 in both boxes here. I'm going to click on buy, and you will see a line will show up on the chart so that if it gets down to 328, it'll take the trade. See that blue line? It'll take the trade. And if it does take the trade, you'll see that blue line will turn into a faded blue line. So I'm just going to leave it there. That's a conditional buy order. You could also have done it, if you thought, you know what, I'd love to take it if it takes out the high of the day. You could have done it just in the reverse. So the high of the day is 475. Or if you thought if it took out a resistance area on top, that might be where you want to take it. I'm just, in general. So you can also do it the other way. Pick a price that's above the current price, and you just put it in these two boxes, and you would see a blue line on top of the price. Okay? No level 2. If you want level 2, get it from your broker. We do not have level 2. Now, let's take a trade now. So what you see here, XNet was something that I had taken in the simulator for a couple of days. So I exited the trade. If you take a trade in the simulator and you keep it, in other words, you don't get rid of it by the end of the day, then it'll carry over. In other words, you can practice swing trading also. Now, I'm going to get rid of these. These were just some ones that I was showing you yesterday, how you can take trades. I'm just going to get out of this. These are hotkeys. Okay, so flatten gets you out of a position, half gets you out of half your position, double will double your position. Now, let's take a trade right now, just to show you how that works. Just looking at just trying to find something that might be a little bit fun to do. So let's just take this trade. I just want to show you how you can do it. This is IZEA, IZEA. Pick how many shares I want to take. Let's say I take 300 shares. I can go into the market. It's only a 1 cent spread. So see how it just took the trade. 218. Now, we always talk about this. Now, before you take a trade, you have to know if the trade doesn't work for you, where are you going to get out of the trade? You can't just, go into a trade thinking that every trade is going to work. Unfortunately, that's not the case. So you have to have a price where you're getting out of the trade. So how do you determine that? Well, the way I do it, I look at a chart, of course, before I'm getting into a trade, and I say, okay, here maybe is a support level. If it took out that support level, I should be out of the trade. So in this particular case, again, I'm just showing you how you can do this. I would look at this and say, okay, on that 2-minute chart, it looks like pretty decent support around 2. If it broke down below 2, I should be out of the trade. So I look at this, add the stop order. Again, you know this ahead of time. I'm going to put, say, $1.98 just below, and you're going to see it's going to show up right on the chart. Boom. So if it goes down to $1.98, it'll take me out for a $61 loss. Now, I can get out earlier if I want, but this is, if I just let it sit here and it goes down to $1.98, it'll take me out for a $61 loss in the simulator. I can put a target if I want. I'll just show you how you can do that. Add the target order. I'm just going to put one. I just want to show you how it shows up on the chart. And you can see it here on the monthly and the weekly charts. Yeah, let me get this over here just a second. And you can see right there, so if it got up to 250, might be hard to see, but if it got up to 250 and I just let it sit there, it would take me out for a $94 gain. Okay? Now, you can use this like a trailing stop. So let's just say this trade really starts to work well, IZEA starts to work well. I could start moving my stop up on another area of the chart where maybe a new support area is. So I would just take the line and just move it. Okay? I'm going to keep it here, but you can use this like a trailing stop. So that is what I'm suggesting. I'm going to hammer the point home. Before you commit money to the market, practice trading. All right? You're going to feel, you might think, wow, this looks like a great setup. I'm going to take it. Well, we'll try it. See what happens. Nope, I was just a guy like you, Bolzano. No pro trader, no financial background whatsoever. Actually, I'm obviously not a practicing engineer, but that was my that's my educational background, engineering. Okay, so now I want to show you. So again, all I want to say again is practice, 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 and you can use this for swing trading. So if I keep in this trade, this IZEA, if I keep it, I don't get out of it by the end of the day, then it'll carry forward. So excellent way to practice swing trading too. Okay, you just track your P&L. What would have been my stop at CMRX? Probably $9, but let's just see. I'm one of those guys that just think those whole numbers. Well, yeah, I probably would not have bought it there at 9.10 because that was a big chase. I would have been very reluctant to buy it here at 9.10. So that's tough for me to say where a stop would be because I never would have. It's too much of a chase. You know, here, this would be interesting to take it right here. In fact, this is what I'll do, just for fun. Just, you know, if it took out this high right there of 826, let's just do it. And that might get it rolling again. 826. Yeah, this is in the simulator. I'll leave the 500 in. I'm going to buy. So if it hits 826, taking out that high right there, it'll take the trade. It may not happen. Yeah, but I don't chase. I just don't chase. It's that simple. You know, just because I'm somebody who likes to see stocks making new highs and new lows of the day, it doesn't mean when I get an alert, guys, this is turning out to be a pretty decent little trade. This is what I was saying, you know, it could be a little more gentle than the rest because of the 90 million in the float, not a super low float. So I'm rather enjoying this. Okay, I want to talk a little bit about the trades of the week and why, you know, I absolutely 100%. I don't know how I'm going to pound the table on this. You know, if you click on my homepage link, I mean, it's free. It's absolutely free, the trade of the week. So let me just show you something. I want to show you this graph. It's an eye-opener, guys. This is really an eye-opener. So this is what we did. We said, okay, right during when the pandemic hit, we said, okay, what would happen if you took every trade of the week, if it triggered on Monday or Tuesday, and you put $10,000 into it, and then you sold it on Friday? In other words, if it triggered Monday or Tuesday, and you held it until Friday before the market closed, what would have happened? So this is what would have happened. So every trade of the week, if you did that $10,000, that's April 1st, would have turned into just a little over $25,000. Okay? So for instance, yesterday or this week's trade of the week, unfortunately, will not be counted in the statistics because it didn't trigger on Monday or Tuesday, even though it turned out to be just an excellent trade of the week. You know, the trigger was 640, you know, and you can see in the daily chart, so there, this is, when was Monday? Well, I guess this is Monday, so it didn't trigger until yesterday. So for purposes of this graph, you know, we're not going to cheat. It'd be great to add it because it'd be wonderful, but it didn't trigger. So all I'm saying is that sign up for the trade of the week. It's free. I mean, is there any guarantee this is going to continue like this? Of course not. But I mean, it's a free service, so why not, you know, get it delivered to you every Monday morning, and you can just take a look at them. That is not reinvesting profits. That is not. It would be even better if you reinvested the profits. That is just literally, you know, taking $10,000 every week. Yeah, we do have a graph that shows if you reinvested the profits, but no, we just wanted to make it super simple. Look at the SPY, guys. It came right back. Well, yeah, I mean, but you know, we just wanted to show just to show you what would happen. Of course, I mean, if you kept the NIO, I mean, NIO was an unbelievable one, you know, and I think the trigger was about $20-something, $23, $22. Yeah, I mean, you kept them, sure. Okay, I just want to answer a question, Christophe. So we're a scanner, okay? So you need a broker to trade. So we don't charge, we don't charge anything to trade. It's whatever your broker is going to charge you. Okay? So I mean, we are not a broker. So you need a broker. So how do you sign up for that? The question was, how do you sign up? Well, I would argue that also NIO, I mean, going from 20 to 70 was pretty good. How do you sign up for it? Again, just from my homepage. If you click on the subscriptions tab, you can also access my homepage. So there it is. There's the link to my homepage. And right there, get the trade of the week. Now, for some, and I don't know why this happens, you're not getting, even though you sign up, you're not getting it. It's I would always check your spam box just in case. So if for some reason, I know it's driving, I don't know why some are not getting it, but if that's the case, then what you can do, and I promise I only talk stocks and I only have, oh, that drives me crazy. Okay, just a minute, guys. Just a minute, I have to get my windows back up. Give me a moment, please. All right, so, okay, HB, can you not see, if you click on, well, okay, I'll just pop it in again, okay? I'll just pop the link in again. It's in the subscriptions. It's my homepage, okay? It's not Trade Ideas homepage, it's my homepage that I created. But right here, okay, there's my homepage link right there. So if for some reason you are not getting the trades of the week, even though you've signed up for it and you keep, you don't know, I have no explanation. So you can always check I have a Twitter account at @bbruin44, okay? At @bbruin44. And all I do in that is I post the pre-market. I post the video that I do every day, and then on Monday morning, around 9 o'clock or so, I'll post what the trade of the week is. You can also, of course, come into the trading room Monday morning. We open at 9 o'clock, and that's when we discuss the trade of the week also, okay? So just in case, when you sign up for the email, for whatever reason you're not getting it, you have an alternative. Absolutely, Christoph. I mean, the question is if you're broke, you can use Trade Ideas with any broker. All right, it's just that, but for sure, you can use Interactive Brokers, of course. Yes, but Trade Ideas is a scanner. It's a scanner first and foremost. It doesn't matter what broker you've got to use Trade Ideas. It's just that we do have a linking tool that links with many brokers just so that you don't have to keep typing in the symbol all day long into your broker's platform. And then if you happen to have an IB account, then you can use this window also to trade if you have an Interactive Brokers account. Okay, so the question, what is a SPAC? So okay, so to get a full definition, there's the acronym SPAC. Look it up, but in essence, You know, these are what they call a blank check. So what they've done is they have this company. Well, it's not it. I'll call it a company, but it has money. They've raised money within, and what they're doing is they're looking for a company to acquire through either like a merger. Generally speaking, a merger. So they look for a company to acquire. So they've got cash, and that's what they're doing. So it really, instead of going the normal IPO route, and this guy was very clever. All his SPACs are named IPO, and he started with A, and he's up to F now, A, B, C, D, E, F. So he's looking for companies to acquire. So instead of going the normal IPO route, you know, involving financial advisors, et cetera, this is it's an easier way to get a listing. Let's see, MACD. Yeah, we do have MACD, and we don't have stochastics. But we do have MACD. I'm not a big indicator guy, okay? But, you know, it doesn't mean... so the question was from the YouTube feed, I don't see MACD or stochastics in my charts. You can have MACD, but we don't have stochastics. I do have Bollinger Bands. Yeah, Jeff, I have no suggestions. I honestly have no suggestions. I don't know why, for some, it's a real pain to get into the room. I have no suggestions. If you're using Chrome, I mean, you can, of course, try another browser, you know, try Firefox. Maybe that'll help. I really don't know. The other thing you can do is you can go to the YouTube feed. Now, is it just audio that is the issue, or is it also seeing my screen? Yeah, it's the rage though. When you say, I mean, this exploded. I mean, SPACs were in existence before last year. You know, the odd one, but they absolutely exploded last year. I don't know. They're probably I don't know how many, 100, 150. I don't know. And this is the absolute rage. Okay, so if was it only audio, Jeff? So okay, I'm just going to answer Christophe. Was it only audio? That was not the was it was both audio and video. Okay, so you couldn't see my screen. I was going to say you can always. I mean, if it's a real pain, you can always go over to the YouTube feed. I don't think there's an issue over there. It's just not quite as robust. You can stay in this room though. You know, you can stay in this room and, you know, post questions and things like that. But we do have a YouTube feed also at this, you know, our YouTube room at the same time. Look at the SPY. What a recovery. Just right back up. Okay, so Christophe, when you say can you add at the platform, are you asking, you know, for stochastics for the chart? All you can do, and it may happen. I mean, we're adding more and more indicators. Just if you send something, info at trade-ideas.com, and you know, as a suggestion, can we have stochastics on our charts? I'm pretty sure it'll be added. I mean, you know, we're adding more indicators. I'm noticing here, like I don't use any of these, but you know, we're adding more and more indicators. So All right, guys. So as I was watching, doing all this, I'm out of the SKT. A little bit of a gain. You know, I was in at 1160. You know, I didn't get in quite at the alert 1153, and this moved down. So I'm out of the SKT. Sort of an easier trade as I'm, going through a lot of explanations, etc. It's an easier trade. I didn't think I was going to have to worry about it, all of a sudden dropping, a dollar in a second. So I'm all out of that one now. Okay, somebody asked about BGI. I'm trying to catch up on the questions. BGI, that's Burks. Well, I mean, look, I mean, it's not, it's only under a dollar that I don't like to look at, but I mean, if you're Canadian, most Canadians know what Burks is. I mean, there was a time a few years ago, it had some big, I do remember this month, way back, this is about 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago. It had a big pop, or maybe it was right here. It was on earnings and all, but to me, it's just a very sleepy, it's a big luxury jewelry store in Canada. Yeah, if you go to info, better coming from you guys than from me. If our customers keep screaming and yelling that they want things, me, they just ignore me. So info at trade-ideas.com, okay? And BlackBerry, another great old Canadian company. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what really to say about it. I mean, it had I think it had earnings on the last month. It had a good reaction. Actually, this was, for whatever reason, there was some news. I can't remember what the news was, but there was some news this week. Had a great week, pulled back, had earnings on the 17th, really didn't do much. It's just not, I don't know what to say. It's just not dynamic enough for me. I mean, that week it was. I mean, look at all the volume that came in, and then, it just fizzled out. Now I'll look at, wow, yeah, no kidding. Monster again is right. This was just a tremendous, on both sides actually. I mean, it was, more so on the long side, but certainly on the short side. A lot of you were shorting this one. This was a preliminary release of earnings, and it just absolutely, basically all day, if I back this out on the 15-minute chart, look what it did all day until finally a lot of profit taking. But then look at this. Well, I don't know if it's a pump and dump. I mean, it had earnings yesterday, and it had news too. I mean, it had earnings yesterday, so I mean, I can't call that a pump and dump. I mean, it had legitimate news on preliminary release of its earnings and some other news. I think they sold some divisions or something. So I can't call that a pump because everybody's excited about their how they forecast their earnings to be. Not the same as some little company that gets pumped by a newsletter writer or something like that. Do I think FLGT, let's take a look at FLGT, Fulgent. Okay, I'm just kind of looking to see, so I see it had a downgrade this morning. I don't know if that's the only reason. Credit Suisse did the downgrade on them. I have no idea if that's the only reason. But they've got this downgrade, and that's, I don't know, again, if that's the only reason. I can't see any other news. You know, well, if that's the only reason, then they've had a. I mean, that's a pretty. I mean, there's no inkling this was going to happen yesterday, and even pre-market, even though that downgrade happened at looks like at 6:15. So you know that downgrade, even though that came out at 6:15, you sure that's the only news? Because the downgrade came out, well, it might have even been earlier, but I'm looking at my headlines and it says at 6:15. So that had no effect at the time of when that news came out. It's almost like there's something else, or you know nobody was paying much attention to that downgrade. Excuse me, in the pre-market. All right, guys, I'll be right back. Give me a moment here. All right, I'm back. Now, obviously, guys, I mean, you're seeing if you're seeing my screen or you have these, you know, you have trade ideas and you've loaded these. I mean, I can't go over any of these. I mean, but, you know, you can click on the alerts and just, you know, hopefully you're starting to understand, you know, what I kind of see. You know, I look at CAPR as an example. Look at the 200-day moving average. That could stall it right there. You're looking left, highs right there. So I mean, this could really struggle getting through this area. So you know, this is something that is maybe a potential short if it keeps stalling here. E-man. All right, I'm just kind of looking at this one now. This is probably, maybe not. Boy, look from this was what 25 cents. Man, what a little run this one has been on. ALDX, I see just triggered again. Okay, so if you look left, just keep, you're going to hear me say this all the time. Now, where's that guy who said he was going to create a t-shirt for me that said look left on the front, the big arrow. But this is what I do. I mean, I look left on the weekly, daily, and monthly chart. So obviously there's really nothing to see on the daily chart. When you look left on the weekly chart, not a lot to see. So that's why when you look left, it's all about looking to see where the next highs are and where there could be resistance. So you see right there, 936. So if I look left here, and 922 is the high in the monthly. So the next high looking left on the monthly is way up here at 1279. Now, does that mean it's going to get to 1279? Of course not. But at least on the monthly chart, you're free of all this, okay? Back it out on the weekly chart. Let's take a look. Is there anything short term here? No, because look, it's the same thing. So this has a lot of room, and look at the week it's had, getting rid of all of this. Now again, I don't mean that it's going to get up here, but at least you don't have to worry about chart resistance. Yeah, I'm not a cap guy, Frank. I'm not a cap guy at all. No, the SKT is actually still pretty good. It came. Could be interesting. Even going. Well, I don't know. See again. Look left. 1234 is the high. So I mean, it's got some room. The way I think, of course, always is that there's some, could be easily some stalling at a whole number. Whole numbers can be very psychological. Keep an eye on XNet. I really wish, I don't know what is going on exactly with XNet, but it is trying now to pop. I'm not in this anymore. I finally bailed on it. Great move for me, but it is looking like it's trying to come back somewhat. But, take a look at Mara. So look at Mara. And let me put XNet. Let me put XNet beside it. So this is a 15-minute candle. I mean, look at the difference, guys. I mean, there's something was going on here. I refuse to believe it was just pure profit taking. I mean, I may be completely wrong, but I don't know. Also, let me see, is XNet... Yeah, see, XNet, oh, it is shortable. Well, maybe that is a bit of a difference. I mean, Mara is not shortable for me, and probably in a lot of brokers. Anybody have shorts for Mara? And if you do, who's your broker? But in Interactive Brokers, there's the big red dot, which means it is not shortable. And XNet, though, is shortable. Yeah, Kern, I see Kern on the, I haven't really looked at MJ today. Yeah, so Kern is moving on its own. It is not, it's a cannabis play. But MJ is not, it is basically moving on its own. It's not a sector move. I'll bet you CGC is probably down, yep. Just based on what MJ is doing. But Kern is moving on its own. Yeah, I saw that. Okay. Trade zero. Well, I mean, it's getting... Here's the ADMA. I guess if it, on the 2-minute chart, I guess if it broke down through that, it might give but it's so strong. I mean, it is so strong. Yes, it's had a little pullback. But I'd be, I'd really want to see a nice break out of here. 26.70. I mean, that's $1. I know it's $1. Wow, is that right? I mean, that's a huge move. A 2-minute candle. I mean, that's $1 right there. You know what? I mean, to me, it's... You're guessing right now. This could turn into a red bar ignored if that candle is green and moves above. All right. Yeah, I mean, look at DDD. I mean, it's still strong. And William, looking at his Bollinger Bands, it has on the 5 minute, it hasn't cracked through yet. And it's just starting to crack the on the channels that I'm looking at. So I see, I mean, up here, you guys are, I mean, I think our Bollinger Band info is, or data is pretty good. You know, I mean, obviously this is, you know, it's moving up and up and up. Or right there, it looks like it's around 29.22. You know, well, I'm sort of eyeballing it, maybe 29.34, you know, in that range right there. So it's got a ways to go. All right, well, Diana, a little bit of a move for Diana. DSX, a little bit of a move. May not be that dynamic, though. Something's happening with it. I mean, the next high looking left is 229 on that monthly chart. After that, I mean, listen, if it takes out 229, this might be an interesting one next week. I mean, it's already had a nice little 3 month run or 2.5 month run. Well, I guess we're not halfway through this month, but you get my 2 months plus 8 days. Well, what is JAGX doing? Yeah, I have no feeling for it. I'm sorry. You know, it's been chopping up and down on the fives, even on the 15s. To me, it looks like it's going lower, but you know, I have no feeling for it. Now, you know, we're in a choppy day today. You know, for the market, you can. I mean, it's sort of obvious. I mean, look what's happening here. Down, right back up, moving down. So we're in a choppy market day today. So unless you're in something that is really trending well, you know, that alpha stock that doesn't care about all this nonsense, you know, you could get chopped out of positions easily. So guys, again, if you want to follow SPACs, we actually have that channel, okay? So click on new, channel bar, and we call it blank, what do we call it? SPACs, blank check company. So we have a channel for that. To me, they're more for swing trades, okay? I find them difficult to intraday trade. I'm not saying it's impossible, but all right, this is another one that's piggybacking on Triple D, guys. XONE, piggybacking on Triple D. Same sector. I don't think they have any specific news. I think it's just piggybacking on Triple D. And VJet's doing quite the same thing. Now VJet's a little more scary. Look at that float. No volume in it. Yeah, I know the ACIA, obviously, not obviously, but the news on this one, of course, the Cisco deal off. Just out of the price range that I like, that's all. All right, what else is happening here? Wow, I've lost sight of this one. That's bad, bad, bad. This IMRA, it's just been clobbered. Look at this. I mean, 3 days ago, this was a 2360 stock, cut in half basically. Had the huge down day 2 days ago, continuation, and now continuation. I lost sight of it as a short. But there it was, there it is. So let's just see if this holds underneath. I mean, there is no support for this. This is an all-time low now for IMRA. Obviously, bad drug news or whatever the heck it was, whatever they did. Attempts to spin weak data into an encouraging result, but investors aren't having it. Sarepta? Oof, no kidding. Wow. I don't think I saw this one. Is this a... Yeah, wow, yeah. Their gene therapy study misses primary endpoint. Yeah, I just don't see this because it was so expensive, but oh man. Again, it's interesting to me in this day and age of everything leaks, etc. There was no warning that that was going to be the announcement. No warning. I mean, look at this daily chart. Yeah, a little bit of drifting down, but not huge. And then they come out after hours yesterday with that devastating news. So if you're asking me, I can't give you advice like that, okay? Is it a good idea to long, okay? I just can't give you advice. I mean, if I look at it, the next high looking left on the weekly chart is 120. You should get used to doing this. 123, 117, 116, 127. So, there's little areas right here that it might struggle to get through. I mean, it's a huge, it's having a huge day. And it's through the 200-day moving average. I mean, this could be getting it right, but I'm not going to say, yes, this is a good idea to long. I'm not a financial advisor, not allowed to do things like that, okay? But all you have to do, I mean, just look at a weekly chart and see the level that it has to take out. We're already at 120. If it can take this, if it can get through 130, yeah, I mean, you look left, I mean, it went up to 236 a few weeks ago. Well, this shipper continues to move. What is Diana doing? DSX. Not much. But that shipper Sting, STNG, continues to move. So you see right here, I mean, this Triple D is still strong. That Bollinger Band break is, way up here now, around 30. William, I know you said something about 29 something, but I'm assuming you have changed your tune on that. No, interesting. I mean, look at Sting here. STNG. 1397 is the 200-day moving average. Look where it is. Say that's that green line right there. So just a smidge above it. Yeah, I know it's the, I don't know if I call it mistake, but you're absolutely right. I sort of lumped them all together in terms of the shippers. Yeah, it keeps expanding. Exactly, William. I was noticing that. ACST. ACST. Yeah, I'm sorry. Just don't look at stocks under $1. I mean, I know it's unbelievable how many shares it's traded. It's a Canadian stock. I should rally it more, but what I see here, a lot of resistance right around. I mean, look at these monthly charts. The tops are around 80 cents. A lot of resistance. But I just don't look at stocks under $1, so I don't have a feel for it. I don't know if I don't see any specific news on it. Okay, guys, again, tracking Triple D, XONE. Yeah, so David, I am not an options expert, okay? Okay, so I would head to say Investopedia. I mean, calls, I mean, in general, calls, you're wanting the stock to move higher. Puts, you want I mean, that's a very, very, very general explanation. I'm not an options player, okay? But puts, yeah, you're wanting the stock to go down, but there are all sorts of variations. So I would encourage you to go to a website that explains options, okay? I'm not an options player. It's tricky because, you have to, they erode with time. So it's all about strike price and how long, etc. So I'm just not an options player. That one I can explain. I can. They did an offering. Okay, they did a financing. If you click on the news, you'll see it right there. They've done a financing. So that's typically how it works when companies do financings, especially the really, really little ones. But that's the reason. So existing shareholders are being diluted, and well, I don't even know what our float is on that, but that's the reason. In fact, if you were, when I was doing the, before I opened the room, there's at 9:15. So yeah, that's what I said. I said, to their credit, I know Torps might disagree, but to their credit, when a company does a financing, for me, way better for them to announce it before the market opens or after the market closes, not during market hours. A lot of these things are, pretty speculative to begin with. A lot of people will just day trade them. So you don't want to get nailed with financing news during market hours because you can't get, it's very hard to get out. Now, if you decide you want to hold something, after hours and it doesn't, well, okay, that's the risk you take. But, I just really despise companies that do financings, announce them during market hours. It did change symbols. It's now CLOV now. I'm out of it. I'm out of it. So yesterday it closed at around 1591. I got out this morning. I wanted to see if it would have any sort of, it was a little bit above the closing price of it yesterday, but yeah, it is starting to move. I mean, I'm just not a good pullback player. I just don't have a feel for playing these. Well, I'm not in it now, but I mean, I guess down the road, I don't know enough about it. I don't play it like that for the merger itself. I'm looking ahead of time, of course, before the merger. I'm not. I have no idea if this is going to turn into a, tremendous company now that the merger is complete. Mr. Real, good morning. Good morning. Though it must be afternoon where you are. No, no, no. Of course, it's still morning. I keep looking. It's 11:40 East Coast time. So, to sum up, I mean, I still have some of this Mara. I'm not sure when I'm going to get rid of it. I keep looking back here. I mean, and this was when, yeah, we were in the middle of the crypto craze, and when Bitcoin hit 20,000, and then of course down, 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 down. Now that we're at, I don't even know, we're over 40,000 now? You see, and the other thing too, Turco, in terms of the potential with the merger, I'd be a lot more excited if it were EV or clean energy. I mean, listen, healthcare, big, obviously. But right now, clean energy and EV, that sector, those are the ones that people are looking at. No, I mean, there's nothing wrong with healthcare, of course, but it's not the sector du jour right now. It's getting there though, William, right? I mean, I know you it has to be, how far above does it have to be the Bollinger Band, the 5? I mean, I know it just touched it. It just touched it. Yeah, so you won't so you did not short this because it just touched it. This little DSX is, it's sneaky. Sneaky. All right, guys, what time is it? 11:43. So in about 10 minutes or so, I'll be taking my break, maybe 15 minutes or so. I think it's Andy today. Absolutely, William. There's so much activity in the market now. Even though I'm not happy about the CNET doing what it did today, but you know what? There's just so much activity in the market. You just wait for the next one. Toughen. Let's see what Real is looking at. TUFN. So this is way above the Bollinger Band now, William. I know you know that. Well, not maybe way above, but it's certainly above. That's the TUFN. So the next high looking left on the monthly chart is around 15 something, so there's no resistance there. However, look at this. Yeah, I mean, on that weekly chart, that's exactly what Real is looking at. Look at the weekly chart for TUFN, right in this area here. Look how much activity there was. So you want to be, if you ever got close to this, yeah, I see exactly what Real is looking at. All right. Yeah, Andy will be in the YouTube feed starting at just around noon. Okay, so when I take my break around noon, you can head over there if you want. A lot of you might know Andy. He's been with Trade Ideas for quite a few years now. He's more, all the guys in the YouTube feed, when they take over, way more swing traders than I am. So they have different looks at the market. What time is it? 11:47. So I'm going to put the link if you do want to head over there while I take my break. And David, if you're still in the room, you might. Andy, I think, is way more of an option trader than I am. Not 100% sure of that. Sean certainly is an option trader. He's in the room on Mondays, but you can ask Andy also. He might have better insight about options. I'm going to try something here. I may have been doing something wrong. Let me just. Wow, look at XONE. Okay, I want to try something here. Wow, look at XONE, guys. Oh man, oh man, oh man. Okay, I'm trying to do something here. I may have been doing all this a little bit incorrectly. There might be an easier way to do what I was trying to do before. Okay, I'm going to try this. No, I don't agree. I was trying to just buy at market with a stop price in here, but I don't see how that works. I just don't see how that works. It doesn't put the stop in. Anyway, well, I admire what William is doing because he's bound. He wants to short this ZDD, but not unless it gets way above this 5 minute, and it never really did. Ah, nice to hear, David. No, don't get me wrong. I don't mind. I miss, because of what I do, I miss all sorts of ones that are super active during the day. The only reason I'm up, the CNET is because I stared at it all day yesterday. That's all. The XO1 I wasn't, so I don't mind missing these ones. All right, guys. I'm just going to put the announcement in that I'll be taking a break pretty soon. Yeah, well, it turned out today to be, yes, today, absolutely. Just checking some of these early alerts. This SKT, I mean, sneaky good. I'm out of it now, but sneaky good. I mean, I'll take 1153 to 1185. Sneaky good. Just a little bit of a pullback there. Boy, look at Kern. All right, guys, I'm just going to put the announcement in. I'm not gone yet, of course, but all right, just checking some of these earlier alerts, see what's happened from the original alert. Remember I was talking about the CAPR and how it might struggle to get through that 200-day moving average. So it popped a couple pennies above, or maybe about 6 cents above. I also said, take a look at these areas right there. And sure enough, it fell and is falling. So of course this begs the question, William, why would you break your rule anytime? Considering there are so many, potential plays out there, it's not like I can understand, well, I better break my rule because, there's only two potential trades I can take today. I got to get into something. But there's so many there are so many potentials out there. Why would you break your rule anytime if you know you're breaking your rule? You get positive feedback 80% of the time, great. But if that 20% is causing you a week's worth of loss, anyway, just trying to get into your head. You got to forget the 80% winners. It reminds me, of people who ignore their stops. And they ignore their stop, and then lo and behold, it comes right back up, and the thing soars afterwards. And they say, you know what? I don't need to worry about stops because they'll always come back until they don't, and you have no more money left in your account. Okay, I see you, Andy. Okay, Andy, I will stop my stream. So let me know again in Slack when you want me to start, okay? And then I'll start almost immediately. So I'm going to stop my streaming right now.
Hello, guys. Hi, Mike C. How are you, buddy? Barry didn't notify me that he stopped, but that's okay. I'm here. Hopefully, you guys can see my screen okay. Can hear me okay. This is the support session. This is a Friday edition. My name is Andy. We have a different trader every support session, and today is my day. So hi, yeah, my Friday is going well. It's been some good days. Hey, Oral, how are you? Uh, yeah, things have been good lately. So no complaints. I'm sure that's the case for a lot of people out there. There's been some good stuff running, but anyway, guys, if you're here for your first time, this is a support session. This is where you can come in and ask questions. I have obviously have the desktop sharing going. Many of you have been on Barry's live stream, and I just take over, kind of hijack it, if you will, for an hour and help out anybody. Thanks, Dom. I appreciate it. Uh, yeah, hijack it and take it over for an hour to help anybody that may be having some issues with the software. I think Chris may have sent a guy over here wanting to know how to do a buy stop limit. I think I can help you with that. Hopefully, you're talking about inputting these manually. Okay, but hi, Aja. How are you, buddy? You want to see tickers where 10 SMA crosses the 50 SMA. Well, let's see what we got here. Anytime I want to see something that's possibly available or not available, I go to an A window, okay, because an A window is going to have everything we offer as far as alerts and filters. Okay, if you just go to a T window, you might miss something because T window is only going to display everything that we have as a filter. Okay, so always go to an A window. I always like to start from scratch. Come in here and just type in 10 SMA. Better put a space. And looks like we're not going to have that unless I'm missing something here that may be interpreted, because I don't think we have a 10, but let me see if we have a 20. And you know what, I don't think it's going to be on that time frame, but we'll give it a check. No, it's just going to go up to 15 minutes. Got a 20 versus a 200 on a filter. Yeah, Aja, I'm not, as of this point, now we are working, and as a matter of fact, I brought it up in the meeting the other day, okay, with a new technology that's going to give us, be able to work with more data points like that. So I know Michael's been working on it, and another guy, Dave, maybe he's there. We have so much you know, on the plate right now that it's we got to prioritize everything, and we're coming out with this new APIs for Ameritrade and E-Trade. So man, we got a lot going on. So I know this new technology. They're going to start as soon as they complete this. They're going to start working on it. So maybe the next few months we'll have the ability to do more. Because I know a lot of people would like to do more with like individual candles. You know, right now we can't compare like 1 minute candles going back in history, and hopefully we'll be able to do that soon. But for right now, uh, yeah, there's not a whole lot you can do. We can't create that as a filter, unfortunately. I'll ask Michael Aja just in case something can be done, but I think I've asked him about these crossovers before, and he said unfortunately all we have is what's available. All right, let's see here. But I understand your thinking there. It's actually you know that's a I would like a lot of those crossover signals, 10 over the 20 and the 50 and things like that. Yes, Robinhood community is buying. It is worse to get in. Is it worse to get in? I'm not one. As a matter of fact, I sold pretty much everything yesterday. I was very fortunate. I don't know if you guys follow me on Twitter, but I did call this out an entry in this XNet because it's a China blockchain that really hasn't gone. I called it on this day right here around 3:25. I got in. Uh, I got out. I get that kind of percentage. I can't help it. I got to take my gains. And then today, all I've done is I bought back at 420. On this XNet, bought back in, and then Smith and Wesson had a nice little pullback. It was one I was in earlier, had a nice move, and then bought it on this fast line, right there at 1880 earlier today. So only two positions I'm in right now. I am short. I did buy a few SDSs, nothing major, just because could be an exciting weekend. I think some people will be taking some profits today. So just kind of not really a hedge because I'm really not in that much right now, though. But to answer your question there, that's what I was getting at. I don't know. I'm not one that like to chase highs in the market. So I usually anticipate and buy stocks. Now, if I catch big pullbacks like this, obviously I'm not chasing the stock to highs. I'm buying a pullback. It's a little bit different. But to chase momentum, like to run and chase Tesla at these levels, no, you're not going to catch me doing that. Uh, but I think you can still get in if you're playing the right stocks. If you're buying pullbacks, if you're maybe buying some stocks that haven't moved yet, maybe look like they're turning around maybe on the daily chart or something like this. This is not a market I like to chase highs in. Andy, if you went long DDD yesterday at 1387, how would you have managed that trade? That's a very good question. Those are the kind of questions that can really help traders. A great trade right there. Now, if I'm obviously you're not scalping it because you're asking me how I'd manage it. My day trading days are kind of over. I do a few every now and then, but most part I'm a swing trader. In a case like this, I'm going to focus on the daily as far as where I'm looking to take my exits. And on this one, I'm probably going to have to go back to a weekly time frame because I'm running out of data there on the daily. And the weekly chart right there. Now, if it were me, yesterday I was in it. Of course, they had some huge volume yesterday. Was coming through my extreme volume high-low pro all day, and I look and I see this level right here, maybe even this level. I'm looking to take some profits there. That would be around 2150 area. Yeah, I missed out on some of this, but I would at least take probably about half off right there. And now is where if I'm looking and I've had this huge move, you're talking about a stock that basically has gone from on the weekly chart here from, geez, $10, $11 to over 30. Yeah, I'm looking to take another quarter off, and this is where I may go to the intraday, and you see a nice little uh, bar movement here without a reversal candle. This is where I may use a bar reversal for to take my maybe another quarter off. And honestly, this is the way I am when I start seeing 100% gain, just like in that XNet the other day. I just bang them out. Yes, I may miss out on something, but it's okay if I get a 50 to 100% gain and don't take any profits. I would be foolish. Uh, Now, if you're looking to maybe for a longer term investment, you want to hold on to, maybe just keep a small chunk. Let's say you bought 300 shares and you could sell maybe 250, keep 50 shares. But I'm not one to turn my back on that kind of gain for sure. And it's just like that XNet trade I was telling you about. What I do a lot of time when I see that kind of gain is I go ahead and take my profits and then look to get back in. Now I don't know if this will work. This is but still, I sold the rest of this yesterday at 556, and I said, well, what the heck, man? I just got to drive down all the way to 420 today, close to this level right here on the daily chart. And I said, hey, what the heck? I'm going to take a shot right there. That's a good little level on the weekly chart. Now, I could be underwater here in a second, but we'll see. All right, so I hope that helped you there, Dom. Newbie question from Moses: why aren't most of Holly orders filling executing? So are you trying to auto trade Holly, Moses? Yeah, I don't. Yeah, if you have an issue there, it's probably something without seeing your support files. It'd be hard for me to tell. Yeah, you're trying to auto. Yeah, that's something hard for me to show you there. Make sure we have a paper trading video. Let me see. Let me just pull it up this way. Hold on. Shoot. Let me. Chris, if you have that access to that paper trading video, it's in our sheets that I shared with you a while back. Would you mind dropping it in there? If not, I can dig it up. I just have to go into my email and put, and it's kind of got to go through a few steps to get to it. I'm just gonna see if you're handy and have it. If not, I can dig it up because I think you want to watch Moses. Hopefully, you're doing this in paper trading mode. And are you on the TI paper trader? Well, here, let me just do this. I can help you out here. So first of all, are you turning these on? You have to turn them on, right? So let's say you just only want to go long. You highlight the longs and you turn them on. Okay, you're on IBKR. So yeah, that may take some. It's a little bit different. I can show you this though. Once you turn them on, okay, you want to make sure you go in and you look at your long trading instructions. Okay. And just make sure this is set on conservative. And you want to make sure the key here is position sizing. You want to get that filled out. But I think if there's an issue sometimes in momentum trades, you might want to look at setting it to limit, last price, and then have a limit offset. Don't be trying to use like a 1 or 2, a negative 0.01 or negative 0.02 because you're probably not going to get a lot of fills. You might want to try putting it around 7 or 0.07. Yeah, you're actually getting this in market. So okay, so there's something going on there. If you're not getting them in market, you got something that's not right. So you might want to Go to info@trade-ideas.com and tell us your problem, like you just told me. And we're going to have you, what we'll do is have you send over your support files so we can take a look at them to see what it is. We can look at those files and kind of dissect it to see what the problem is. But oh, and one big question. Okay, there's the email. But before you do anything, what data plan did you get with IB? That may be the issue. Have you gotten the IB data plan yet? Because when you're hooked up to IB, we use their data. We don't use ours, okay? For obvious reasons. Let me go back here and look, see if I missed any questions while I'm waiting for you to answer that. Well, Dom, listen, anytime you book a decent profit, that's, not a bad thing for sure. Yes, it can be frustrating sometimes when you pull a dime out of a dollar. So, and in this case, maybe you pulled a dollar out of $20, but you can just learn to just hold on. The way I learned to do it was just made sure I hold on at least, even if it was only a tenth of my original position. Just holding on to that little bit will train you to, and the easy way to do that is just put a price alert of the area you want to get out at, and then don't even watch it. Because if you watch it, I guarantee you, you're gonna talk yourself into getting out of that last little bit. Happens every time. So just try to keep 10-20% at first, and just take it off your screen, take it off your blotter if you want to. Just don't even look at it, and just put a price alert in there of where you want to get out. So in that DDD, let's say you had a nice run up, and then let's say, well, I got this one last chunk. I do not want it to break this 24.50 area. 25 area. So I just put a price alert in there to alert me when it goes down there, and then I'll just pull it up and sell it. Yeah. Yeah, you got a lot of stuff that's really just running crazy. Now, Dom, in the future, there's gonna be instances where those times that you took profit really paid off because the stock immediately reversed. Trust me, this momentum has been nice in the last several months, but it's not going to last forever, and things will get more difficult. You won't see these kind of 100% gains in 2 days and things like that. So don't kick yourself too much. Yeah, Moses, all data. Okay, just want to make sure. Let me just go ahead and show it for you here. Hold on. This is the data plan you want, guys, if you're hooked up with IB. So should only cost you about $5 a month, and you want to get make sure you're hooked up on the right data plans. So NASDAQ 150, NYSE, and ARCA, BATS, etc. So those three right there should be under North America. So just make sure, and if you have that all set up and things are not, you're still not getting trades on market orders, just send that to that email I dropped in there, and we'll ask you to send the support files, and we'll see what's going on. It's probably something minor. A lot of times it's a time issue. I don't know where you're located, Moses, but a lot of overseas people, they have you got to make sure that your computer clock, your trade ideas, and your TWS is all set on the same time. Otherwise, it'll throw things off as well. So Seattle, okay, that shouldn't be an issue if you're running local time. If everything's on local time, it shouldn't be an issue. So do that. It's in the it's like I said, without seeing your files, it's hard to troubleshoot. It feels sometimes, just not most of the time. Yeah, that's kind of strange. That tells me you do have you are getting connection. I bet you anything that we're seeing a disconnect. When I look at your support files, we're probably going to see a disconnect in there. Make sure you're not logging on with your phone at all, okay? Because that will log you off a lot of times. Log your connection off with the Trade Ideas. So make sure you're not logging on with your phone, and make sure you're not going to their website, because a lot of the websites will also log you off when you sign in on the website. So more than likely it's some sort of disconnect problem, where your data is being cut off. And you're not ever logging on your phone or going to their website. Okay, yeah, the best bet is do that email above, info@trade-ideas, and send when you send it over, send it over today. Okay, and here's how you send your support files. It's really easy. Just go to Help and click on Send Files to Support. Make sure when you do that, it'll give you a little confirmation box showing it that the files were successfully sent. So make sure that they were successfully sent. Send us an email and tell us you sent the files to support, and then also give us an example of a symbol or two from Holly that did not, so we will know what to search for to see. So give us maybe a couple of examples of symbols that did not fire today from Holly, so we can go in there and troubleshoot it. And if you do that now, Chris, if he's in here, we may jump on it right now. We may get you a resolution before the this webinar is over. Hopefully, if Chris is available. I don't know if he's available. Yep, I see a smile there. So. He'll jump on it, see if he can find out anything. Yeah, go ahead and let us know when they're sent, or sent that email is probably the easiest, so we can get back to you there. All right, looks like we're all caught up, guys. Let me see if I missed anything. Tiger Thoughts, yeah, Tiger is China broker. Very familiar with that company and having a good day. Let's take a look now. 10. There's definitely psychological levels in the market, okay, that can bear an impact on price. Probably the biggest one I think is $5. $10 is a psychological level. So anytime I run into, I'm on a weekly now, this $10 level, I want to see also if there's any support, resistance. And really, there's not a lot. I mean, you can see this thing really fell from grace after its IPO. Yeah, I think I actually started buying it somewhere, thinking I was getting a great price, and got ran over a couple of times. But not one that I've traded recently. But that looks pretty strong. I don't know if you're. Let's see what you said. If you're currently in it. You said Tiger Thoughts. I mean, nothing I would chase up here. Reason being, in the last month, it's pretty much doubled. So but I'll be, If I'm in it, maybe I take some off, just like I was talking about in DDD, and see if it can't maybe get to this level right here. Uh, that's really the next level of resistance. There's not a whole lot of resistance right there, so you may be looking at another $2 or $3 in this thing. So, uh, but just me personally, I never chase after big moves. Sometimes I miss out, but that's just I like to look for setups. I like to look for I find the explosion before it happens. That's my pretty much my style. All right. Let's see. Make sure I didn't miss anything else. Looks like I'm all caught up. Let me go down here. Hey Andy, could you, from David Gebhardt, could you explain options a bit? Thinking about a short on Mara. Okay. Well, the first thing you want to do is find out. I'm not big on options. Uh, Sean is probably the one to talk to. I used to I used to trade them to the long side. Those explosive conditions that I was just talking about, where I like to find that setup, and then expecting if I'm really confident about my theory that the stock is about to make a big move, I will go out and buy options. I haven't done that in a while. I used to do that all the time back when I was a day trader to stay on top of things better, but Trade Ideas just keeps me so busy now. I don't really have time to mess around with options. Now, to answer your question now, the problem with options versus the common is when you get moves like this, like in Mara, you're going to pay for those options, okay, those puts. It's not going to be the same as you pay for puts back when it was trading down here. They're going to sell for a very high premium because they know the stock is extremely overbought. People are locking in profits. It's a basic principles of supply and demand. People who may be in the stock, they don't want to sell it. They want to hold it for a long term, but they want to make sure they reserve these gains that it has. So what they'll do is they go out and buy puts to protect their gains. So you're going to pay a high premium is what I'm saying. And I don't know about Mara. I would think it was probably liquid enough, for options. We can always pull up some option data here, but I'm not going to build a window just for options. It's something that you can just look in. You can go to your broker, or you can go to Yahoo Finance and take a quick look to see what options are trading for. But just keep in mind, you will pay a premium. Okay, so I don't know what that premium would be, but anytime after a move like that, I can assure you it's going to be pretty. They're going to be pretty high. The nice setup, yeah, I have the nice setup scan. I made a couple of them. I want to make sure I get the right one. I can show you what to do with it once nice setup 2. Let's see, I don't know what this one is. Let me just pull it up first. Let me put it back on the daily. Okay, yeah, this looks like a pretty good one. Nice setup there. You just see what I've done here. What I did when I built this, I took NIO, the NIO that was probably not probably, by far my best trading stock of the year, 2020, and I took the conditions of when I bought it one time, and I put it in stocks like this, and I used the position and range filters to kind of build it. So this is kind of the one. Let me check the other one too, just in case here, because I did do some different stuff with this. Let me just make sure that's an A window. We want a T window. Okay, so this one has a lot more. So this probably is a little more obviously a little, the filters are a little lenient. And let me see why. It's probably the I think this one right here, I'm looking for a tighter range. Okay, so let me check that. Let me check this one out real quick. Yeah, I got more filters than this one. I'm looking for a tighter range. You can see right here the 20-day range. I'm kind of tightening up the 10-day range. Change in 10 days, change in 5 days. So this one I'm kind of trying to tighten up. I'll go ahead and share them both with you, just so you can kind of gauge them and see which one you want to use. Let's do nice setup first. I would probably take, if you have time to do homework, take the nice setup and just kind of go through it and see which ones, fancy your eye there. But all right, so there. Oh wait, we're not able. See if you're able to click on that and get it, guys. Last time I wasn't able to share those links. Here's nice setup too. I'll do tight range. Yeah, it could be though that you guys aren't able to pull these up. I think we had an issue with this before. All right. Okay, Dawn of the Dead, Aja says, has presented PTE again. Let's take a look. And I'm not seeing that. Maybe it was in there and just went away briefly. Was it in there earlier, Aja? Or because I'm not seeing it right now. Maybe it was in there earlier, but for some reason it's this huge move. It broke one of the filters. Okay, based on your settings. Yeah, I can see how. I can see it position in lifetime range. It may be that it's gotten too far today for my filters, which is not a whole lot though. Position in lifetime range. Okay, we're definitely there. Okay, so maybe you just tweaked something there because mine are pretty light. But anyway, nonetheless, I don't know if you grabbed it, but biotech, huh? Oh, price filter. There you go. That's right. I have a $3 minimum price. Okay, gotcha. Yeah. Nothing wrong with that if you like to trade them. All right, let me go back here and make sure I didn't miss anything. Chris, okay, it's working with him. Oh, excuse me, guys. Let me get a drink of water. KR says, Andy, sometimes stocks will make a 20% move in pre or post market and come right back down. How do you find those stocks, as sometimes they make a big moves during market hours? Are you saying they come right back down in KR in pre-market, or they gap up and then come down and then reverse and go back up during the live hours? It's going to be hard to determine stocks that moved up in pre-market and came back down, because they're really the only filter that we have for that is gap. The gap filter is going to show you the stocks that are gapping. We can go to a window, and like I said, we can always use the search function and see, we really don't have a pre-market range filter. Position and pre-market range, that's really not going to help in position. Yeah, that's going to be a tough one for you. I mean, really, all you can do is go to the pre-market channel and see stocks that are gapping, and maybe you can find the one, one that is gapping up, maybe only 3 or 5%. But if you take a look at it, doing your homework in pre-market, you will see that at one time it was up maybe 10%. So other than eyeballing it and doing your homework, I don't think we're not gonna have any ability to let you know that the stock ran up in pre-market and it came back down. Sorry about that, Kr. Interesting concept. Maybe something I can ask them to. We can request a filter, uh, a pre-market range filter, so we can we can determine the range it's had, so we can you can find those. But for right now, yeah, there's nothing we can do. Oh, good. I'm glad those work. Yeah, somebody must have retweaked them, tweaked them so they'll work again. So that's good. KR, they are not on movers list, but I find usually when stocks make big moves, they have sort of indicated it during. You're right. You're right. I've you know in my trading days, I would like to look at pre-market. The problem I always had with pre-market is you get these predetermined ideas in your head. I mean, I still love to look and see what stocks are gapping up, what's possibly in play. Uh, I think I did some research one time. I actually had a webinar on this. I did some research, and I forgot how I did it. But anyway, the majority of the ones, if you bought the open on big gaps, so say gaps over 4 or 5%, if you bought the open and sold the close, you lost money the majority of the time. Okay, you heard of gap and crap. Yes, there are definitely ones that are going to gap and go, but I hate to say it, but the majority of them are people chase them up. They pay that premium in pre-market. They get excited. They push them up, and then they gap and kind of go sideways or gap and crap or whatever. So you got to be careful. You got to make sure when you're playing those pre-market ones, you play the right ones. And I always like to look at the daily. I try not to enter those things. It's hard sometimes in the first 15, 20 minutes, and then I'm looking at the daily to see if there is a breakout on the daily. I can't tell you how important that is. It's great to try to find the bottoms in stocks, but boy, when you're playing momentum, okay, you wanna play the ones that look good on the daily chart as far as breaking out. And I've showed time and time again, examples of. Well, let's just pull up the one from yesterday. That's what I'm talking about. Look at that breakout. That's the kind of stuff you want to see. Volume plus major breaks. And look at that. It gave you a shot. All right? Gave you a shot before it even broke that. And you see that with that kind of volume. What do I do with my pen? It's hiding from me somewhere. I didn't launch it. And when I'm looking at this extreme volume high low pro or any of these extreme master blaster stocks, I cannot tell you how important that plus that is. That's a terrible drawing. That plus that. I mean, that's why you get that. And is it going to work every time? No, but I can promise you this: when you get a range break with huge, volume, 20 times relative volume, that is just momentum. That is just, you know, fire hose momentum. Rapid five, category five rapids. So that's the kind of stuff that I'm definitely looking for. If I'm if I'm looking for stocks in pre-market, if I look in stocks and I see this gap in DDD, and I'm looking over here and I'm salivating because look at that major break there. Not only that, it's not just a 20-day high, it's not just a 30-day, 6-month high. This thing is a major breakout. Scroll back and you can see there, oh, look at that, even goes back over here too. Now you definitely have some stuff over here, but you still are talking about a year and a half breakout on huge volume there. That's the kind of stuff you want to imprint in your brain when you see it. All right. Okay, Gain. Andy, how are you, my man? How you doing, Gain? How can I create a scan for stocks like Tiger using your favorite position and range stocks? Well, you're not going to have to create something like Tiger because I bet you anything, if you go back to this day right here, when it was breaking out on this day right here, we'll even do a test. All right, this is the 4th. All right, so let's go to my handy dandy history time frame here, and we are going to put it on the 4th. And this is the most recent alert, so we're going to put this for mine closes at 3 p.m. Okay, and then we're going to put this on the 4th as well, and we'll put it at 8 a.m. and we're going to run a on the 4th and see if Tiger came through, and I hope it did. If it didn't, I'm going to want to know why. And there it is. So you don't really need to create a scam when it comes to trades like this. I mean, the position and range filters may help you see this maybe the day of, but if you're on top of top of your game, all right, and you see this, and this is at 9, and I'm just this I'm sure is coming through earlier as well. It would have came through right when it broke this high around 8:40. You would have seen this coming through the this Extreme Master Blaster, and you would also have seen it in the Extreme Volume High Low Pro. I think maybe you could search for I mean any stock. I'd have to try to create something. Here's the problem: you're not going to be able with what we have now to know that there is a wick going back over here. You could do some position and range and like 1 year range and look for stocks that are trading in the maybe 95% of their 1 year or top 5% of their 1 year range, and that would pick it up. But you're not going to be able to see anything that notifies you that there's a double wick possibly right here. Unfortunately, there's nothing we can do there. That's going to be a tough one to predict, Wayne Nain, but Gain. But when I would want to buy it is when this spit it out. Now, there's a good chance it came through this day, but probably not. That's the day I would want to buy it, when it broke that high and that high right there on volume. But I don't think, position and range is going to. I mean, I could build you one that would find it. The problem is it's going to find probably 300 others too, that look just like it. It's all about what happened on the next day. All right. Let me make sure where I'm at here. That looks like I'm caught up. KR. Okay, yeah, I answered that. What I am FA going to do? I don't know if that's a symbol. What are you trying to throw a symbol? What am I? What I'm not sure what you're saying there. Open source. Oh yeah, yeah. Gain. You can just go to the go right here and Trader's Vault, and you'll find both of those Extreme Master Blaster and the Extreme Volume High-Low Pro. If you're looking for something that's basic, in other words, these are 5 strategies broken down in different price tiers and all-time highs and things like that. So it's going to be a little more active than what you see over here. This one is just basically looking for stocks that are doing huge volume, over $5, liquid. Uh, so if you got a fast eye and you can catch a lot of the stuff coming through here, it's not that fast, but it's going to move faster than this Extreme Volume High-Low Pro. LMFA is a ticker. I don't know why I'm not pulling that up. Oh, L. Okay, I thought your L was a I. You're welcome. You're welcome. Yeah, nice explosive move there. That's for sure. Don't know where it's going from here, but definitely some volume coming in there. That's the one I'd like to catch around 90 cents. Be nice, or even a buck. Yeah, guys, if you go to that Trader's Vault that I circled down here, you're going to find all of our favorite windows in that thing. So it's some good stuff in there. All right, all caught up. Got about, I probably have about 10 more minutes, a little longer. Check on the market here. I don't think it's doing a whole lot. Yeah, just kind of setting up for a possible doji there. Just says PTE to the moon. Yeah, that's a beautiful move there. Nice relative volume. Look at that, almost 50 relative volume. Not bad. Got some cash, not a whole lot of debt. As Kern's been in this Dawn of the Dead for the last couple of days here, breaking out of this little level. Interesting level, interesting one on this DHT. I don't these deep sea freight transports. I not crazy about trading those things, but seeing a few on here. SBLK same way, and it's really had a decent move there. So might want to watch that DHT. Back above the. If it get back above that 200, I'm gonna stick a little alert on that thing just in case. A little bit higher. All right, guys. Kind of, it's typical Friday. Starts quieting down in here in the last 15 minutes, but it's been some good questions. Market taking a little bit of a dip here. Okay, Chris is saying just got back. Were those? Yes, they were, Chris. Uh, Good question. Okay, not going to try to figure out your name there, but ask what is Dawn of the Dead? Well, I created this about a year ago, and a lot of times when you have a market that's been just moving higher and higher pretty much every year, I like to look at some stocks that may have been just been killed in their lifetime. In other words, they're trading in their near their lifetime low, but they're showing signs of turning around. So the way I did that in my configuration, and I will share this with you, it's pretty simple. Price needs to be over $3. You can always change these and make it your own. Position in 5-day range. I got a minimum of 90 here. So what this means is the price is at least 90% above the low of this range. Okay, so if I know it's 90% above the low, I know it's in the top, 10% of its 5-day range. So, looking for volume in the 5 minute to be at least, that's 100% is average when it comes to volume percentages. So just, I don't want to catch anemic volume, just stocks that are just kind of creeping higher. So I just want an average or higher. And you can see the position in lifetime range has to be in the lower 10%. I got a max of 10. Okay. So pretty simple little window, but boy, it can be effective. I caught some really good ones in here. And you got to be careful with them because they're trading in their lower portion of their lifetime range for a reason, but sometimes you can get some really incredible moves. I think my best trade, and now I can't think of the symbol. It's been so long since I pulled it up. JBU. Is it J? Where am I going wrong in this one? Boy, it's been a while. EU, IU. I can't remember the symbol all of a sudden. Somebody help me out. Is it EA? What is it? Oh, driving me crazy. No, it's one of these, I thought. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Aja. Was right here. And this was just a beautiful one. Right here. Was just going sideways for like 6 weeks. Okay? And this one was actually on revenue growth fishing. That's what it was. It was revenue growth fishing, which is another great one. And that one can be found in Trader's Vault. But boy, when you catch these stocks, I was telling Chris the other day, when stocks are bottoming out, doing a bottoming process, I love to see them when they kind of do it for about 6 weeks. 6 weeks to 2 months is probably I'm a little leery of the ones that just come down here and start trying to bounce after 4 or 5 days. Seems like you get a lot of back and forth action for a while, but that was a beautiful trade right there. From that was revenue growth fishing. I take that back. But let me go ahead and share this Dawn of the Dead with you. Because a lot of traders in my webinar have been saying they've been catching some good ones out from it. But just be careful because, if you're wrong, just get out. But if you're right, try to hang on because you can get some nice moves. And pay attention to the relative volume. Look at some of these relative volumes in here. Look at this one. Look at this one right here. This SLGB. Okay, it's doing relative volume of almost 8 in relative volume. I have a column that's color coordinated, so you can kind of see that. So it's one I would probably maybe keep an eye on. Let's see. I don't know if it's a biotech. No. Oh, I wonder if it's involved in 3D printers. That may be one to watch. Watching DDD. I may buy this right here in front of you guys. You know what? It's Friday. I'm not gonna do anything today. But I tell you what I'll do. I'll put an alert right there in case it takes out that level. All right, guys. I probably have about 5 more minutes at most. Been some good stuff in here today. Dog of the day. There you go. uh, I like it called the dog of the day. I love that one. Yeah, yeah. You know what? It's easy to do. You could do Dawn of the Dead with that revenue growth fishing, kind of combine them. All you gotta do is just come in here. It's not something I'm gonna do because the problem with that is I'm gonna be eliminating all these good stocks that are not trading. I like this one because it's just a pullback in a 3 month range, and they got great revenue. The thing I like about revenue, growth is look at this goose right here. Got some strong revenue growth there. Uh, Cash to debt's not all that great, but the revenue growth. Think about any of these retailers. They can turn on a dime as far as their revenue goes. I usually like to look for those little tech plays and maybe some biotechs every now and then, but not very often. But that could be interesting if it breaks through the 20 period. Definitely in a downtrend there. I would rather see this go and kind of go sideways for a while and then pop up. But yeah, you could do that. All you got to do is take Dawn of the Dead and put the revenue filter in it. We can, in the way I would do it, if I had Dawn of the Dead, I would just duplicate it. Okay. And just go to configuration, find revenue growth, quarterly revenue growth, add the filter, and drop 20 in there and see what you get. Dawn of the Dead plus rev. And yeah, there's that one we just looked at. Gosh dang, that's tempting, man. And boy, I had a good move today, Kern. So yeah, I could see why you might want to do that, gang. Now here's a good. I don't like biotechs. They definitely scare me. I don't trade them, that off. But here's what I look for when I'm looking at some of these revenue growth ones. I look at the cash position. I look at the debt. Okay, that's good. You got 206 million in cash, only a little over, almost less than 2 million in debt. Got some nice revenue growth there, and EPS really not making money yet, but that's okay. And look at how long this thing's been going sideways. You kind of got it upside down. There is your left shoulder, there's your head, and this is your right shoulder. Maybe you want to keep an eye on if you don't mind trading biotechs. But just kind of giving you an idea of some of the things I look at when I'm looking for some of these. I don't mind bottom fishing at all, but when I do, there's certain things I'd like to see. Good, good. So I don't need to. Yeah, here, I'll go ahead and share it because I may want to keep this myself. You may have just given me some content for my next webinar there, gang. Uh, I'll just put in here Dawn plus Rev. Okay, thank you, Chris. Appreciate it. Okay, so I'll, as soon as Barry tells me, guys, I'm going to go ahead and tell you right now. Thanks for attending today, and everybody have a great weekend. Because what happens is we got to start it pretty quick. When doesn't mean I'm actually leaving right now, but I want to say my goodbyes because once Barry starts it, I got to cut it off pretty quick. So you guys have a great weekend, and thanks for coming around. You're welcome, gang. Appreciate it. You're welcome, JMC. And you're welcome, Moses, and we'll get back to you on those support files and see what we find. Meanwhile, I may have to go over here and nibble on this thing. Thank you, Aja. You're welcome. All right, looks like he's back in. All right, guys, have a
Just give me a yes or a no there. Well, not a no, but give me a yes, Asia. Aja. And he just left. Okay, what is again, guys? This resin is really interesting. If it takes out 5, all right. That was a fairly late alert on the options. So obviously, one of the other filters weren't met. Certainly, the number of the absolute volume certainly was met, and the percentage increase definitely was met. So something else did not. Just looking, make sure I'm right. I didn't. That resin didn't trigger earlier. Okay, so this is what I want to do. Is I want to check. It's possible it's possible the current volume was not met until a little while ago. I mean, it's at 5 now. 2000. Maybe the number of alerts too. Okay, the number of new highs that may have blocked it. I might take that out. I'm not sure that's absolutely necessary. OCG, our China IPO. Let's take a look. I don't really see what you got. I mean, there's some volume that came in for sure. Definitely some volume, but I'm not sure it's quite ready yet. But I do remember, Christopher, yes. I mean, I just flatlined. All right, guys, it is now 1:01, so I'm going to do my last video for the week. So I'm just going to put the announcement in. Yeah, it's not good. Just a minute. All right, so I then will just put my link in, my homepage link, in case you want to subscribe to the videos that I do every day. All right, so you just click on my homepage link, and where it says trading recap right here, daily recap, you can click and you can sign up for it free, of course. It'll be sent out probably a couple of hours after I finish it. All right, everybody, we'll see you. Certainly should be no later than 1:25. So I'm putting myself on mute right now. All right, guys, I'm back. Okay, so I see a question. So, Mike, a high of day scanner. I mean, there are all sorts of high of day scanners, and I'll answer your question, Pool Man. Okay, all sorts of high of day scanning. This is a high of day scanner right here. Um, if you want, you can go to our, let's see, from the toolbar, click on New Channel Bar, and then if you're looking for like a Momentum high of day scanner, Momentum, okay? Is right there. Remember, everything in here is a layout. So before you do that, make sure you save your layout to the cloud. Okay? You can only have one layout loaded at a time. Otherwise, I mean, this is a high day scanner, basic new highs and lows. You can and also have a momentum scanner, which is also looking at high of day. But there are lots and lots of high day scanners. That is not hard to make. But if you click on my homepage link that I just put in the room into your feed there, click on the homepage link, and where it says scans, my scans, click here, and so momentum up, basic new highs and lows. Okay. Okay, Mike, did that make sense? Okay, Poolman 732. First of all, before I tell you how to do all this, can you hear me? And can you see my screen? I'm just waiting for an answer. You guys can hear me, right? Okay, I know you can't hear me in this room. I'm just waiting for a response from the YouTube room. Okay, so he's just not answering. Thank you. JMC BS Sell Homes. Okay. Can I modify the channel list? So you're talking about getting rid of the AI? No. You're talking about getting rid of. There's only these. Yeah, these ones right there. You can't do it. No. That's just to entice you later on to do it. But no, you can't do it. Just like when anybody, well, I'm sure some of you still have TVs and cable TV. You know how when you go to a channel, it shows you all the channels, every single channel, even if you're not subscribed to them. All right, so I don't know if Pool Man, maybe he's got me on mute. Again, I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube channel. Ooh, I see resin just poked its head above 5, but not quite. And it came right back down. Keep an eye on this, guys. I mean, this might just jettison it way right through 5 if it. I mean, it tried, came right back down. Sellers tried to knock it down, got it down to 480, held there, and it has come right back up. Okay, so one thing you should do, Poolman, is I put this link up. You should take a look at the 20 short lessons, number one. Okay, I think that actually covers a lot of what you're asking. Let me just show you. You know, here are your custom layouts, building a top list, building an alert window, customizing your charts, custom layouts. I mean, this really is covered. You know, this is it sounds like you're brand new to Trade Ideas. So these are all the basic features. Like it goes over what the channel bar is all about, how you can take windows or scans out of the channel bar. But you know, on the surface, if you've got a toolbar, all you have to do is just close all your windows. Then you have a blank slate, and then, for instance, you know, then you can start if you load Windows. But I would really encourage you to watch that. It's not watch actually. It's just it's all text based. Then you can create your own windows. Once you've done that, then you literally just file, save or share to cloud. And where it says entire, click on entire, give it a name, and save it. Then your layout is saved. Number one. You can also save it to your computer. What you've done there is saved it to the cloud. You can also file, save layout, give it a name. So that's how you will save your layout. But I would really take a moment and go through those 20 short lessons. It covers all of the basic features, including, really what you're asking. So you just opened it? Okay. Because one of the things you can do, Poolman, is if you look at the different channels, they are all themed. EV related, electric vehicle related. Here's our crypto channel, an earnings channel. So if you opened up, and remember, these are all layouts. And if you saw a window, a scan that you thought, man, that looks pretty interesting. Let's pretend this was one of them. Then all you have to do is right click, save or share to cloud, and save it. So then it's in the cloud. Then you can go to the next channel and you can start extracting individual windows that might look interesting to you. Then you can, like Windows and close all. So then you'd have a blank screen, completely blank screen. And then you'd go back to File, Load from Cloud, and then you'll see the ones that you saved. And then you just click on one, load it, click on another one, load it. All right, and that's how you can kind of create a layout from all the individual scans from our channels. And once you've done that, then again, save. Save it under a name. You mean, why is it moving down? Interesting, yeah. No, I don't see any reason. This has been an unbelievable one, though, from, a few days, really only about 3 weeks ago, a $12 stock all the way up to 41, my goodness. Ooh, look at the market. Okay, now bit of a downer here. But we've definitely been choppy. But now, let's see if this bottoming tail means that the buyers will step in for a while anyway. So if you're going to go long anything, it better be like that alpha long that we talk about that doesn't care what the market is doing. Well, look at Flint straight down, FLNT. Well, right now, yeah, shorting tops right now with what the market is doing is certainly the way to go. Resin has not dropped. I'm still waiting to see if it can take out 5. It is not following the market. RESN. Just waiting to see if this bottoming tail on the SPY is going to mean anything. A little bit, little resurgence on the 5s and the 2s, but okay. So resin doesn't look like it wants to take out that 5. Well, I know, but that was so brief. Took out 5, but very briefly. I mean, look at that. I mean, it's topped and right back down. So, and then a big bot. So it's not a lot of confidence that it really took out 5. So we'll have a little bit of divergence here. The Dow's down, SPY's down, but NAS is still up, but fading. Probably not going to take much to get this moving down to negative territory. All right. Here's a drop for BLCT. Look at the volume, a little bit of volume that came in, BLCT. This is almost an all-time low. I guess this was an IPO here. Not a very good one, obviously. Okay, I'm just going to get rid of that comment, okay? Then we get too political here. Sure, why not? Kodak, why not? This is shortable too. I can't remember the last time I thought this was. Yeah, these shorts are going to get snapped up. Snapped up. 23,000 shares at Interactive Brokers. My guess is that they're going to get snapped up. Now, somebody else might be able to help you, Ron. I don't look at stocks under a dollar. So Ron is asking for stocks under a dollar that might be moving. I just don't have anything like that. Look at this one, guys. Remember how exciting this one was earlier on in the day? Basically, not quite cut in half. FTFT, crypto play, all sorts of excitement. Gets up to 1132. Not shortable for me. Yes, you know what? You are right. I mean, Kodak back in the first crypto wave was considered, yes, it was considered a crypto play. I mean, now, of course, it transformed into a, I don't know, a virus play or something. But you're absolutely right. If we go back a few months, I guess right there. So that month there, I can't quite see it, but yeah, the 1st of January. The 1st of January of 2018. Then it became a virus play. Well, the politics, I don't consider. I mean, that's politics, but it could be newsworthy. Okay, it's not calling out anybody's character or opinions about somebody's character. This is just straight. I mean, that's a rumor. I get it, but that stuff like that can affect the market, perhaps. You know. Exactly. No, and that's why I said it's my opinion. That's okay. Yeah. So this market now, yeah, is really starting to. Nas is still mildly positive, but the market is really starting to give it up. And I don't doubt it. I'm looking at some of the bouncers topping. Yeah, well, they have three, even gold. Let's see, what is gold doing? Not really, nothing. No, not even not silver. Not really. Nothing is popping. Those are the only three positive sectors are real estate, utilities typically, yes, when the market is moving down, dividend funds, etc., and XLY. These are the only three positive sectors right now. See, the only thing I would say about that, PJ, is what liberals fear. I would think that anybody could fear that, not just liberals. If you get my drift, I mean, I know your political leanings, I get it, but I would think that anybody would fear. But anyway, I'm just looking at anything. So we've got a couple of bottoming tails. I mean, look, the SPY on the 15s, I mean, they're still down. Got some bottoming tails, but the sellers are still in control for sure. Oh, okay. All right. So from our YouTube feed, somebody was saying the person who was asking about a mover under $1. They suggested taking a look at GSAT. Look at the volume, 85 million. Big float though. I mean, it's such a huge float for a sub $1 stock, but that was a suggestion maybe you look at. I don't know. Again, I just don't look at stocks under $1. Had a big move after hours though. 39 cents all the way up to 64 and then 69. So on a percentage basis, I mean, it's a big move. I just want it to all be over. Again, regardless of your political leanings, just get it all over with. So much drama. Here's another one that's on the way down, guys. SLDB with the market now. Okay, the market, that's no more bottoming tail for that 15-minute candle. The last one anyway. Not yet anyway. So is Bitcoin taking a bit of a hit here? GBTC, bit of a hit. Yeah. Well, you're right. I mean, the drama's not going to be. Yeah, January 20th is not going to end it, but it'll put bit of an end to some of it. How's that? Okay, so that's it for resin, guys. Hopes that it might take out 5. You can see I have that had that alert set up here. It briefly did, but it lasted so little. We have a halt. APDN. We have a halt. APDN. Yeah, I can see what you're. Yeah, I mean, obviously, depending what it does after the halt, be careful. I mean, I know you're not in it yet. It is stacking up to be 705, 705. So that's a nice pop if that holds. Not necessarily it's going to hold, but you get halted at 664. So if you're wondering what I'm talking about, what? This is what I'm talking about. Well, now it's dropped. It was 701, 701, but now it's 680. I mean, it's not necessarily is it going to hold? There are shorts at IB. How many? 155,000. Interesting. You guys now, I'm starting to see a bit of a pattern. I would have said that a month ago, when I used to look at these, and Fidelity seemed to have shorts available when Interactive Brokers didn't. But it seems that Interactive Brokers, it seems like we flipped the script. Because it was, yeah, see, it was surprising to me when you guys kept saying, oh, we got shorts at Fidelity, and there weren't any at IB. So, let's take a look. Okay, so there is some news. Oh, here we go. There is your news. This is why it got halted. Not because of news. It got halted because of the volatility. But what made it volatile is this news right there. FDA lists applied DNA's Linnea COVID-19 assay kit as one of only 2 authorized tests able to detect the new COVID variant. So there you go. So that was why. So the news came out, stock popped. So the news is out, but now I'm looking and it's 663, 663. So this may be very short-lived. Okay, so what time is it now? So so just you should open at 1:59. Sorry, not 1:59. 1:48. If it's a 5-minute halt, be interesting to see where it opens. Well, that was also in the IB headlines. Right there. IB headline was right there. So I was pretty quick also. All right, well, it might be opening in about 15 seconds. We'll see what happens when it opens. It doesn't look good. I mean, it's 663, 663, so it's not like a big pop yet. Anything can happen, of course. If I looked, okay, now we're open. And okay, now it is popping a bit. Okay, now it's popping, guys. 7, it's really popping. And then it just stopped, almost like it's halted. I don't think it's halted. And it is halted. Oh my gosh. Good thing you didn't short. It is halted again. And now it's stacking up 750, 750, 765, 765. I mean, again, that's not 100% that that's where it's going to open, but so why can this happen? Well, let's take a look at that float. 4.3 million in the float. How unique in terms of is this the first time it's been announced? Is that what you mean? Well, as I always say, it's kind of irrelevant what we think in the news, but I mean, this is it. So, FDA list, only one of two approved to detect the variant. I don't know. The market is reacting right now like it's amazing news, right? I don't know who the other one is. So you can thank your lucky. Wow, this is really going to explode. I mean, if this holds, guys, this is really going to explode. Again, no guarantees this is going to hold, but this is what I'm looking at, okay? Now, this is Interactive Brokers. Every broker has something like this. Now, at one point, this was up 920. Oh, look at this, 950. I mean, it's going to jump all over the place. But again, it doesn't mean 100% it's going to open at 927, but if you're in this one, what you don't want to see is like an open of 6, something that says 6, okay, when it's halted at 729. So, it's jumpy, very, very jumpy. Now look what's happening. And again, that is from Interactive Brokers. That is just time and sales, Paul. Just time and sales. If you file new window, and where it says time and sales, and I just click on the time and sales. There are 2 time and sales multi-instrument. I'm not even sure what that means. Never tried that one. It's just the time and sales. Okay, so from Interactive Brokers, just file. new window, and hover over it, then everything pops up, and then go down to time and sales. Okay? You're more than welcome, Paul. So let's see what it's going to open at. Time is it? So if this is a five, again, if you're wondering where, this is something I'm sharing. I mean, it's just the halt resumes. It's one of the scans that I'm sharing. And you can see typically they are 5-minute halts. Look at that, 1:53, 59 seconds, opened literally 5 minutes. So if this is another 5-minute halt, then you can do the math. 1:54 plus 28 seconds. So in 25 seconds, if it's a 5-minute halt, it's going to open. I'll keep this up. Sometimes it's, if it's not a 5-minute halt, then it's typically a multiple of 5 minutes. So it could be a 10-minute halt as an example. But let's just see. We've got 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well, that was anticlimactic. So it didn't open. So now this is going to be probably at least a 10-minute halt. So that means 1:59 plus 28 seconds. It is halted, yes. All right, guys. So I'm just going to wait and see how this opens. I mean, this could turn into a very interesting short, but it's scary. I mean, you never know where this is going to go. With, only 4 million shares in the float, with news like that seems, really, really good. I mean, at some point, is it going to drop? Of course. But you tell me when, Well, at least I was starting to fall asleep, so at least a little bit of excitement to round out the week. There is a 100% chance that it drops. This we know. Where? That's the $1,000,000 question, and nobody really has an answer. Not with that float, guys. Anything can happen. So it's stacking up right now at 805, 805. Again, 809, 809. I'd be on that world famous book tour, exactly. I wouldn't be on a tour. I'd be zooming it from my Tahitian island. You know what's having a bit of a pop here is my old IPOC, which turned into Clover Health Investments today. All right, what time is it? So we have less than a minute, if it is a 10-minute halt for APTN. No guarantee it's 10, it could be 15. Anybody have the definitive reason why some halts are like not 5 but 10 minutes? Anybody have the definitive reason? Usually the first halt, is never 10 minutes. It's always 5. But then afterwards, I mean, it could be 10, could be 15. I just don't know what the definitive reason is. All right, guys, I'll do a countdown again. No, I won't. I'll just let this speak for itself. We're at 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. Boom! There we go. All right. Well, listen, you got in that one. Be awfully careful now, right? This is going to get halted again. If it keeps this up, if it gets over 9. In fact, it just got it had to get halted again. Yeah. You're very lucky you had no shorts available, William, for APDN. So now we're stacking up, not crazy, 920, 920. You find that kind of negative, Nazir? Okay. Yeah, a lot of shares available actually still to short, but Interactive Brokers has 123,000 right now. All right, but market's putting a bit of a bounce now. So Patrick, if you just right underneath the order entry, I'm assuming you have Interactive Brokers. So right underneath the order entry, see where it says shortable? So if there's a big green dot, it means it is shortable, of course. And you just have to hover over it a little bit, and a box will pop up, and it'll tell you exactly how many shorts are available. Just have to hover over it. Maybe click on it and just hover over it, and eventually a box pops up. All right, we are stacking up to be 943, 943. Okay, I don't see that. Ah, I see what you're saying. I see the latest press release. Okay, let's take a look at that. This is interesting. I mean, so this news came out. Okay, so you saw the first headline that I had. That came out at around 1344, but now this is the next headline. Press release does not mention FDA report saying. Anyway, well, I'll see what happens. Look at Clover, guys. Clover, CLOV. Okay, William, I get it. Okay. Well, let's see. Okay, what time? What time is it now? So I got halted at basically right at 2 o'clock, 3 seconds after. So we'll have to see if this is going to be, again, the 5 minute halt or another 10 minute halt. We're getting close to 2:05, so we'll see. Okay, so now 3, 2, 1. Again, very anticlimactic. Very anticlimactic. So I guess this is going to be another 10 minute halt. Could be a 15. It could be, yep. It could be a 15 minute halt. Well, it's like the whole world is watching, and then downside. I think somebody asked me that before. I don't have that one. I think it is something to do with if you. Let me add it. Oops. Somebody asked me that before. I guess, okay, so if I look here, this is, I guess my downside was 950, as an example. Max, I guess that must be what it means. But there is no lexicon, no. I would just add it and take a look. See what I'm pretty sure that's got to be what it means. Quick news. Well, I'm getting it from Interactive Brokers, Sidhu. Okay. Now, see, this is the news that came in a little earlier. But I'm using Interactive Brokers, their headlines. All right, you know what? I'll add that column again, and I'll take a trade and just see what pops up. Okay. Okay. So let me take a trade and see what happens. I'm going to take this trade, FTFT. I'm going to buy 500 shares. I'm going to buy it right at the market. And let's see what it says for downside. So far, nothing. Okay, so see what happens. I mean, you're in a simulator. Why not just see what sort of values we get? I mean, the way I'm looking at it right now, because it doesn't say anything. But we'll see. Mmm. Very good. Very, very good. See, you're a genius, Patrick. That's exactly it. Okay, so your downside by putting the stop in, that was your downside, $100. I guess. I'm going to assume. Oh, sorry, 44 right here, sorry. So if it hit your stop, well, let's just do the math. The only problem is it seems to be fluctuating, so I'm not 100% sure, but no, it can't be it because my downside entry at 719. Okay, guys, APDN just opened. Let's get back to that. APN just opened. Wow is right. And we're going to get a halt again. And there we go. Just got halted again at 11. Sorry, you got halted at 10:37. Well, your little 50 shares are turning into a not bad. Oh, don't ask me when to sell. That's up to you. Usually, we used to always say the first halt usually is really good. The second one could be pretty good. The third one usually is not great. But this is running counter to all that. I mean, that's not scientific either. I mean, it was just what we noticed in the past when stocks get halted. Okay, so Sanchez, so the question was, how do we put this on a pullback? You have a price you want to do, you get in at? Because you can just put a price alert. So for instance, if you said, you know what, I want to get in at 9, you can just put a price alert. Right click, create a price alert, done. So now you have a price alert right here. Does that make sense? In terms of a scan, I mean, why do, I mean, this is a unique situation. So, To me, you'd be wanting to put a price. You could put several price alerts, of course. You know, you could. You don't have to just put one. Are you trying to say peligroso or grossa? Dangerous? My smattering of Spanish. Yeah, I do remember your joining. No, I see. You mean like put a stop in? You know that you'll have to figure that out. I mean, obviously, I can't help you. I mean, every broker might handle it a little bit differently, but my headset just died on me. Just a minute. Thank you, Patrick. That makes sense. The current price, right? Not when you got in. That makes sense. Just a minute, guys. I just have to Bluetooth my new. Here we go. Yeah, well, the one thing not to do, of course, is wander away and make yourself a cup of coffee or something. That's the one thing not to do. I'm sure you know that. You know what? This is stacking up to be 11, 18, 11, 18, 11, 20, 11, 20. I haven't seen one like this for a while, guys. But why? 4.3 million in the float. Well, again, definitely put a little bit of spice into Friday afternoon. Another 10-minute halt. Yeah, two. Yeah, it'll be at least a 10-minute halt. Here's another one that just got halted. Flint on the way up. Maybe they're the other guys. They said one of two. Maybe they're the other ones. I'm kidding, of course. No, not a dumb question. So the question from our YouTube channel was, what does it mean, 4 million in the float? So I guess it's time to talk about what the float actually means and how a stock like this, APDN, can do something like this. So the float is the available shares. It's a supply of stock that's available to trade. All right. So in my opinion, anything under 20 million is considered a low float. So the lower that number, the better when a stock, for whatever reason, is in demand. So the demand on this stock is because of the news release. Okay. Whether people think it's viable or it should be moving higher like this because of that news release, it's irrelevant. It is, okay? So just think of it like this: low supply, high demand. That's what can happen. Now, the reverse can happen. All of a sudden, when the buying dries up, it can drop just as quickly, if not more quickly. So that is the float, though. In essence, you take the number of shares outstanding. Typically, say a Facebook, you take the number of shares outstanding, and then you start to subtract what all the insiders own, mutual funds, etc. Because insiders and mutual funds typically are not able to sell on a day-to-day basis. These little ones probably have very little. I'm sure there's no mutual funds, but that is in essence what the float is. So that's very, very low. 4 million is very, very low. And that's why you can get these crazy moves. Okay, Saif? Like anything else on earth, just treat the stock like a commodity. So if you have low supply of something and you have high demand, the price is going to go up. Just think about anything. And I will not do my house analogy unless I get a show of hands. I need more show. I'm on mute. Go ahead. Okay. Due to popular demand, let's just say you live on a cul-de-sac. There are 100 homes in the cul-de-sac that you live on, and you want to sell your home, and you're the only one in your little cul-de-sac that wants to sell your home. So you list it at $500,000. All of a sudden, for whatever reason, maybe there's news that only a few people know that is going to be rezoned, and that rezoning is going to make the land more valuable. See, I'm adding a little flavor to it now. And so all of a sudden, for whatever reason, 10 people want your home. What happens? Well, you're 500,000, then you start raising your price. You get into a bidding war. You have very low supply, 1 out of 100 homes, and you have high demand, 10, 20, 30 buyers want your home. That's what happens. I mean, your house will just keep going up in price. Look at this. I think it just opened, right? APDN? Okay, so now be careful. But then the reverse is true. You're in that same cul-de-sac. You want to sell your home, but 10 other people also want to sell your home. Or not your home, but want to sell their homes. And everybody lists at $500,000. There's only one buyer. What's going to happen? Now, if you're a truly motivated seller, you might reduce it to 450 from 500. But your neighbor might do the same thing, reduce it to 435, and so on and so on. That's how a stock can completely tumble down when all of a sudden the demand completely dries up. So there you have it. Yeah, halted again. Now, this is on the way down. Now I'm looking at 891. So hopefully you got out. Yeah, right, John. Funny man. That's not bad, Grumpy. I'll take that. No, there are no basic rules to trade halts. I mean, Hans, if you're not in it at the beginning before it gets halted, I mean, this is almost just for entertainment purposes to show this because, you know, the halt comes out and it pops immediately. You know, you can't chase it. You know, I mean, you may, you know, that's when you can get really, really hurt. You know, the only thing I can say, I mean, if APDN, you know, somehow, you know, got down here and started to base a little bit and then started to move, maybe. But I mean, no, they're super risky. If you've never, there's no real way to trade halts as such, not like a rule book, in my opinion, anyway. Oh yeah, yeah, you might want to get out at 966, but you know, if it opens below that, you're you know, you're out of luck. What do I think of GLG? I'll answer your question, Andre, just in a second. So the China stock, okay. I don't know. I mean, you've got a lot of resistance on that weekly chart, right around 228. That's not that far away. I mean, it's, you know, if you got in at 188 and it made it anywhere close, I mean that's pretty good percentage move, of course. But when I look at this, I see a lot of resistance right here. I mean, it's had a good day volume wise, 5.9 times normal, but you know, as far as getting it now, I don't know. I mean, there's just a lot of resistance, not that far away. Andre, okay, are you listening? Or you can hear me? So you left click on the chart. Oh, there you are. You're. So are you? Is that the Andre in YouTube also? There's an Andre asked me a question in YouTube also. Are you guys? Are you, okay, so wow. No, no. You see, Andre in YouTube, we have an Andre with the accent aigu right here. So you guys are different. Okay, so in order to change a symbol on a chart, left click on the chart. So Trade Ideas knows that's a chart you want to be on. And then just start typing. Typically when you do that, the change symbol box should pop up. Okay? And you just click change. Or you can hit return on your keyboard. So again, left click on the chart and start typing. Now, if for some reason the change symbol box doesn't show up when you do that, if you left click and then hit your space bar, and then it should show up. Okay? Okay, good. Yeah, it's easy once you know. Yeah, I mean, it's very easy once you know how. I mean, that's a question I get a lot. You know, how do you change? You know, and it's frustrating because it's not intuitive necessarily. The unintuitive part is having to left click on the chart, and that's just to let the system know that this is the chart you want to be in. After that, then most charting programs you can just start typing. I've actually been swinging a lot more in the last 3 weeks to maybe 3 to 6 weeks real. It's been actually a bit of an eye opener. All right, so this is another 10-minute halt coming up here for APDN. So right now, I mean, it's not terrible what I see. 891, 1004. Now, where it's going to open, who knows? But I mean, right now I see 891, 1004. So you were in at 6 something. I mean, you're not, it's not going to, it's going to open under 6. So how do you make a watch list? So the question is, how do you make a watch list so that you can switch quickly between stocks that you were watching? So we don't have like an Excel, like you can sort of like an Excel idea in which you can create watch lists that look like this, and then you just click on the symbols and you put them in here. So the first thing I have to do, have you ever made a watch list before? And we call it a symbol list, Don. Have you ever made one before? In Trade Ideas? Well, you have to have a broker because you couldn't have bought the stock. So you do have a broker. Okay, so Don, this is what I'm going to give you a video that is going to explain how to create we call it a symbol list, okay? And it goes into how to create one, how to attach it to an alert window or a top list window, so you can monitor your symbol lists, watch lists. The other thing I would do is I would really, really recommend that you take a look at these 20 short lessons. Okay? It covers a lot, and in fact, I think it even covers how to make a watch list, or a symbol list, but it covers a lot of the basic features of Trade Ideas. So if you have just got the software, do yourself a favor and take a look at the 20 short lessons. No, no, no dark pool, no. All right. Well, it hasn't utterly collapsed yet, guy. Wow, in fact, it's moving up. So, get out. You can. I don't know where this is going, APDN. Yeah, I mean, Don, there is a lot to learn. I mean, there are a lot of filters and alerts, but you don't have to learn them all, of course. I think you do things a few times repetitively enough, and it'll come to you. Well, I don't know who the cheap. I mean, there are some free brokers out there, commission wise, but I always say you get what you pay for. But I use Interactive Brokers. They charge me a big half a cent a share. Doesn't bother me at all. But things like Thinkorswim and E-Trade, I mean, they're all now so-called commission free. Okay, so you're talking. Are you in? You're talking Canada, $10 flat. You're talking in Canada. Correct? So listen, okay, so listen, if you're in Canada, like I am, I would be switching to Interactive Brokers. Okay, I mean, it's crazy to pay even Questrade and Disnet. I think it's a $5 minimum. So I mean, I would switch to I would if you could, I'd get Interactive Brokers. I've had them for 4 years now. So, and I have no listen. I know everybody rails against them, horrible customer support, this and that. I've had to phone them once in the first week, and that's it. I've had my same setup for 4 years. I don't know. It's just a commodity to me, but it seems to work really well. No outages. Seem to get good fills. Okay, so you can link. All linking does, Andre, is right now for TD Ameritrade. It just when you establish the link, it loads the symbol into your trading platform. Okay. Now, ultimately, you'll be able to, if you wanted to, you could use this window that we call Brokerage Plus to actually trade. Like right now, you can actually use this window to trade if you have an Interactive Brokers account. But you notice here, we've got TD Ameritrade and E-Trade. I'm not even going to try to, we thought this was going to happen a long time ago. But anyway, but you don't need, you can use any broker with Trade Ideas. We're a scanning software first and foremost. I mean, so it doesn't really matter what broker you have. But you can link it, yes, with TD Ameritrade, so that when you click on a symbol right now, it'll load into your order entry. And then from within TD Ameritrade, you would do your trading. So I don't understand what you mean by open charts only, Andre. I don't understand what you mean. Yeah, well, Trade Ideas, okay, Trade Ideas is not a broker, all right? It's a scanning program, so you always need a broker to trade. But if you happen to have an Interactive Brokers account, then you can actually use this window to trade. So in theory, yes, it's within Trade Ideas, but you're connected to Interactive Brokers. You need an Interactive Brokers account. We are not a broker, but this window that we call Brokerage Plus, everything you see here, this is in the simulator, but this could have been trades that I was taking, in Interactive Brokers. Okay, so it depends what you mean by can you trade. So I'm having a discussion over in our YouTube channel. So again, just think about it like this. Trade Ideas is a scanner. Whatever broker you have, you can use, all right? You need a broker. You always have to have a broker to execute trades. We happen to have a linking tool that when you establish the link with your broker, instead of having to type the symbol in all day long, if you're clicking on a lot of different symbols like I am, it'll load into your platform, and then from there you trade. Okay? But if you happen to have an Interactive Brokers account, you can use this window that we call Brokers Plus. You don't have to. And then you can actually, you can trade kind of from within Trade Ideas, but you're linked to your Interactive Brokers account. So in order to use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas, yes, at this point you need an Interactive Brokers account. Absolutely not mandatory, though, to use this window to trade. It's just a nice little feature we have, that's all. Are SPACs good to trade? Depends on the SPAC, really. I mean, I find them difficult intraday to trade, but I mean, to take maybe swing positions, they can be kind of interesting. But you got to know a little bit about what they're trying to, like who they're merging with. If that news is out there. I mean, there's hundreds of SPACs now, it seems. So you should find out a little bit about the SPAC and who they're thinking of merging with, what sector. Obviously right now, any SPAC that's looking to merge with a company, an electric vehicle, or in that sector, or crypto, or, I suppose healthcare. Well, the market's not open, of course, Andre. So, I mean, you can't, I mean, they won't have any data. The market's not open. So it's not a matter of paper trading over the weekend, but the market's not open. So when you're paper trading using this, first of all, paper trading here, it doesn't matter what broker you have. It's using our real-time data. So as we always say, I always say, if you're new to trading, before you start trading your account, we've got a great little simulator here. And it uses our real-time data. So it doesn't matter who your broker is. You don't even need a broker. Okay, if you're using our simulator and you want to practice first without committing money to the market. Well, I'm not sure what data you're getting with Thinkorswim over the weekend. I mean, you can't make a trade. No options. We have option filters that may or may not help you trade options. Oh, are you talking about the? Oh, guys. Well, we're in the last 20 minutes of the week, so I guess we can digress some. Oh, I see. You're talking about going back in time and day. No, you can't do that. I see what you're talking about. To me, I mean, it's okay, but I mean, there's nothing like live data to trade with in the simulator. So this is what we have for options, okay? Just to give you an idea. Well, in fact, why don't I just bring up this one? Moving higher with unusual option activity. So, now you know what? I better bring up the option filters. So we do have some option filters. Some obvious ones. Put call ratio, options volume today, put volume and call volume today. So these are some obvious ones. This one here, option volume. This is the average number of contracts over the last 10 days. Total of puts and calls over the last 10 days, the average. And this one here is the key one, option volume today percent. So if I use this filter, add the filter, and I put, say, 200 in here. So what that means is, if a stock is traded on average over the last 10 days, say 2,000 contracts, for me to see that stock today, it has to trade 4,000, 200% double, okay? So that will help you zero in on stocks with abnormal option activity. Whether that helps you trade the options, I don't know. I mean, we have people who have told me, yeah, it really helps. At least it zeroes in on abnormal option activity. So this is what I've done here. I've just created one little scan with really abnormal option activity. 500%, so 5 times normal with a minimum of 2,000 contracts. So for me to see a stock today, it has to trade at least 10,000 contracts with these filters in place, at least. And I have other filters. Oh, really? Tommy Lasorda. Definitely an icon. Who would be my options trainer? I have no idea. I don't trade options, so you know. You can go online though, and I'm sure there's tons of YouTube videos on trading options. But okay, Sean. So on Mondays he's in the YouTube feed. Okay, so you can head there at noon on Monday. He is from 12 to 1. He definitely trades options. No, not during the evening. No. Yes, Interactive Brokers has a commission if you want to link. Yes, it does. If you want to use this, it does have a commission. Well, when you say, I mean, I can give you something like this, okay, Steve, and you know, you're not going to get very many alerts from it, but that you know, to me, that's a good thing. So I'm going to pop this in, but also, let me see if I still have this one. I don't know if I actually have it in the. Give me a moment here from my home page. Okay, so you see I've got one called Option Plays Magic. Okay, you can take a look at that one, Steve. So I'm going to pop my homepage link in there. And when you click on the link, go to my scans. One is called Options Play Magic. Now we also have, and that has about both on the upside and the downside, okay? But we also have an options channel. If you click on new, second here, if you click on new and channel bar, and let me expand this. Where are you? Unusual options. Okay, Steve, right here. So again, remember though, everything in here is a layout. So before you click on this or any other thing in the channel bar, make sure you do save your layout to the cloud. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. So you have some options. I popped in a single scan. You can also go here, take a look at my basic new highs or option play magic as I called it, or unusual options. So you have a bunch of choices, okay? No problem. Okay, so Andre, we do have a running down. So if I right click, configure, search, and I click on running, okay. So running down or running up, and you can designate how much. Okay, running down or running up. So if you want to find stock that's, you know, moved down 25 cents, then you just put 0.25 in here. You know, you want to have a lot of other filters, otherwise you'll go crazy with all the alerts you get. Okay? Does that answer your question, Andre? In our YouTube channel. You know, we have an Andre here also. Is there a PDF? You mean like a explanation about all? I mean, this is what we're handing out. I don't think we have like a full-blown PDF. But again, if you are novice, like your namesake, then this is what I would do. I would take a look at the 20 short lessons, okay? Not in 2 seconds, no. I mean, if it happened in 2 seconds, no. I mean, we're not, yeah, no, you can't add a time frame to it, no. Not that precise, no. You're welcome. All right, guys, it is now 2:49, so I typically will shut the room down at 3. I'll stick around if there are questions, but do I have an idea on? Haven't seen it since it was halted a million times. Yeah, well, great run after the halt. Yeah, I mean, I don't have an idea. I mean, if I look left, what do I see? 175, and what did I get up to today? Went up to 179. So when you look left on the monthly chart, that's the next high looking left. After that, it'd be 242. So, but I don't have, if you're asking me, should I be buying this or no, I don't have, it's a fairly low float. Big volume today. I mean, it's traded the float, about 9.5 times. Hands, if you're new to trading, that's why we say practice trading first, okay? Whoever simulator, practice trading. Oh, I see about the IPO. Yeah, so that's right. They are a SPAC. That's true. And what are they trying to do? No, I don't have any idea. I like. It's hard for me to say, oh yeah, that news looks great, and boy, if they do that, it's going to, it's going to just fly. I just can't do that. So yeah, they're looking to yeah. So they don't they intend to search for a target in the financial services industry. I'd be more inclined if they said EV, the electric vehicle or crypto. I mean, financial services. All right. You know what I mean? I mean, right now the hot sectors are EV and crypto. Not saying that, whoever they zero in on. The only thing is, it is a really, really, really cheap SPAC. Most of them are, $10 and above. So I don't know. I have no feel for it. I didn't even realize it was a SPAC when it first got halted. There's no, yeah, I can't comment. I mean, the best EV, I don't know what the best EV is. I mean, we've got the ones that are, I mean, you could say Tesla is the best EV, but I mean, are you going to buy Tesla now? Tony, what is the best time to buy pre-market? No, there's no real answer to that. I mean, it all depends. I mean, a stock can start moving right at, well, we start getting our data at 4. If you have access to data earlier, like with IB, that's, sorry, 4. 7 Eastern time. I'm on the West Coast, so I say 4. I mean, look, you could be sitting watching a stock. You could be watching the pre-market like I do. And at 8 o'clock, stock could start moving. That could be the best time to buy. But trading the pre-market is tricky. So there's no such thing as the best time. It all depends when a stock starts to move. Yeah, they're filing. That's what I mean. I did not know. They're filing to become a SPAC and take a look at something in the financial industry. I mean, why not? Everybody wants to be a SPAC these days. IB Trade starts at 4 in the morning Eastern Time. So that would be 1 o'clock my time. That's why I'm not interested. But yeah, but if you're on the, if you're that way inclined and you're on the East Coast and you want to get up at 4 to start trading using IB, have at it. Oh, UK time. Hey, you have to do your do a search. What are you? I think it depends on. I don't know if you guys do daylight savings or not, but I think what are you 6 hours ahead? I think. Just do a search on that, Tony. What New York time to your time right now. I mean, I think it might be 6 hours, but don't quote me on that. Okay, yeah, so it's 5 hours. Okay, so it's 5 hours from Eastern time. All right. Okay, so it appears you're 5 hours ahead. Just looking at your. Okay, you are 5 hours ahead of Eastern time, as somebody said. So I can do some quick math. That means that if you wake up at 9 in the morning, you'd be able to use IB to trade. That's when the market would open for you. That's 4 a.m. Eastern time would be 9 p.m. your time. Not 9 a.m. 9 a.m. your time. All right, guys. Are there any other questions? More than welcome, Eddie. My pleasure. Just looking, want to make sure I haven't missed any questions. Okay, I don't see any. Don't see any questions. So I think I'll wrap it up, guys. Exciting end of the day for APDN. It was kind of fun to watch. All right, everybody. So I will open the room Monday morning at 9 a.m. Eastern time. Okay, so know your time zone. 9 p.m. Eastern time. So I hope everybody has a great weekend. If you're an NFL fan, you'll be watching lots and lots of football like I will be. So have a great weekend, everybody. And we'll see you Monday morning at 9 o'clock. Bye-bye.